Hello everyone and welcome back to commentary of round 3 of the 30th edition of the Space Coast Open Chess Festival. I'm very excited to bring you back hopefully another round of enterprising chess, and hopefully we'll have something to learn from this round as well as in the previous rounds. If you are enjoying my streams and you want to stay notified when I go live, feel free to follow if you haven't done so yet. And you can always check out my social media accounts, especially Instagram, where I'm posting some of the funniest videos that happen on the stream. Or if there's a really cute learning idea, I definitely post it, like I did today, for the beautiful mating net, well, or better said, smother mate with the bishop that I came across. But let's talk about this tournament. This tournament has reached its 30th edition. It's been organized since 1981. I've been doing commentary for it. Wait, did I say 81 or 91? This is a list of the previous players. It's 91, not 81. They had quite a number of super strong grandmaster win it in the past, so it's definitely the kind of tournament that you want to play in. It's also organized in a beautiful location, and aside from the main tournament, there are actually altogether 6 sections, so everyone regardless of their level have the chance to compete in the tournament. Very excited for the organizers to have invited me once again to cover the event. What I love about it is always that there are upset prizes and also brilliancy prizes, so try your best to play the best possible game, and who knows, you might get one of those prizes. Anyways, round 3 has started, so I think without further ado, we need to get into it, because it's going to be more and more exciting with some grandmasters joining in from round 2. I have not been able to get the direct link for the pairings, but I will be able to read them to you shortly so that you are aware of who is playing and what their number of points is. So without further ado, let us switch over to the games and get into the analysis. All right. While we're doing that, I will open up Oh, I do have actually a direct link. So let me just pull it up. Let's see how this will look on stream. Yeah, I think I have to move back to the other. Okay. So this is what we have so far, my friends. Hi, guys. Welcome, welcome. Welcome, everyone. So we have, how many players? We have 6 players with 2 out of 2. 6 players with 2 out of 2, so they're playing one another. We have Grandmaster Nikola Mitkov, who joined in the tournament from the 2-day schedule. Eric, we remember Eric, he's had some nice games. Ryan also has had some nice games. And looks like FIDE Master Brejesh is playing against Ryan. That's going to be an interesting game to see. Jean-Marco Cruz is playing against Grandmaster Nikola Mitkov, and Vivan Mollet is playing against FIDE Master Eric Rodriguez. So that's going to be kind of an interesting matchup, I think, for everyone. Then, looks like Grandmaster Zhu Chao did give a draw against International Master John Ludwig. Actually, I don't believe I've seen International Master John Ludwig playing for a long time. And we have another Grandmaster in the tournament, and that is Grandmaster Gabriel Flom. He actually lost against Grandmaster Nikola Mitkov. Ooh, that's tough. That's tough. 2 GMs were paired against one another in round 2. That's why you don't want to play 2-day schedule, Mark my words. You're better off playing 3D. You're gonna have a slightly easier pairing, probably before you get before you get too tired. I don't know. It's just tough. So we have all together how many players? 46 players. Oh, okay. 45 players. Maybe some have withdrawn. All right, strong tournament. Now we're talking. Not that we weren't talking before, but it's exciting. So I can't wait to get into the games. I hope you cannot wait either. And as usual, we're gonna switch this to make sure you guys can look at the board in a nicer fashion. All right, let's get into it. Okay, so on board one, Grandmaster Nikola Mitkov playing against Jean-Marco Cruz. Let's see what they got over here. Close Sicilian. Okay. Oh, never mind. Never mind. This is not a close Sicilian. It started as a close Sicilian, knight c3, but why change their mind? They said they were ready to play an open Sicilian. So now we have the Scheveningen variation. Okay, so what's gonna happen here? Bishop e3. That's a pretty typical move. I believe yesterday we have seen some Keres attack, if you guys remember, in round 1. But here we have bishop e3, bishop e7, bishop e2, castle, and we're waiting for white to make up their mind as to which castle they will choose to go for. Will they choose queen d2 and long castle, or will they attempt the short one and then just kind of focus on the center? Personally, if I were white, I would focus on the short castling. I think I'm not an e4 player, so what do I know? But I know some stuff, so we'll pretend like I do, and we'll go for the short. I think if I were white, I would consider going for the short castle. And of course, you still have attacking ideas because you will eventually play. So queen d2, rook d1, f4, king h1, and eventually you'll break in the center with e5 or f5. Hi, James. How are you doing? Did the Keres attack stop a lot of players from playing this as black? I don't believe so. No, I mean, it can be scary sometimes when you're seeing your opponent trying to attack you, but no, I don't, to my knowledge, not, but I could be wrong. All right. Good to see you too. Good to see you too. Glad you're here. I hope you enjoyed the stream. Okay. So there was that. Okay. Okay, let's go to the next. So let's catch up with all the games, and then we'll be back. Ooh, we got a Smith Mora happening on this game. Knight c6, knight f3, e6, bishop c4. This is, I think, the most unpleasant, let's say, kind of system. Well, not unpleasant, but probably the best kind of setup for black against the Smith Mora, because oftentimes there are potential ideas of sacrificing in f7. So if you're playing with black, you want to make sure that everything will be covered and protected, and you want to make sure you get the chance to develop your pieces in time. Bishop b4, castle, knight e7. Yeah, this is the typical kind of setup I see black choose against the Smith Mora. And now typically I think there's rook d1, castle, and maybe bishop g5 or something. And black will be struggling still for a little bit of time to develop that bishop, but if they manage to do so, then they should have a pretty good position. All right, so FIDE Master Brejesh Chakrabarti has decided to continue his English / reverse Benoni. But it's kind of funny because FIDE Master Ryan Ambergy has actually played this yesterday too, but I think he had the bishop in d6. I could be wrong. Okay, a5. All right, now this is certainly different than what we've seen yesterday, because yesterday, you know, if you remember, white had played knight d2, queen c2. Eventually, after a long period of time, eventually played c5, but that was in the game that Ambergy played, but with the black pieces. His opponent was not, it was a bit low rated, but had played a really, really nice game. But here, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about this. Knight 95. Do we like white or black? I feel like black will manage to play here. And I'm liking black. I'm not so sure about this move 95. I usually like those plans, you know, slight a bit more. Like, especially because we got this knight here. It's actually quite interesting how black chose to switch things over, right? Because before he played with knight in f6, but now it's different. He's actually bringing that knight to c6, and the fact they are going 95, I just feel like, okay, yes, black may want something like this or bring the knight to f6, but I still feel like 95 was a bit too soon. Your guess is that this is good for black? Yeah, I agree. I think this is good for black. I feel quite confident that black's position is pretty good. I feel pretty confident that it's pretty good. Because white doesn't have a clear plan to get b4 in, is my problem. Like, okay, I guess if we ever go a4 and we go knight d2 rook b1 and we go b4 takes, that's the best bet that white can have here. How should black develop the bishop in c8? That's not that hard. Queen c7 e5 and you can get it out, or queen c7 bishop d7 c6. Or maybe you don't even need to develop it. You can put the queen c7, go e5, and then you can actually also have an idea like this, which is sometimes you can see it in these types of positions. Let's catch up with this board as well. So Grandmaster Zhu Chao ended up starting with a Tsukertor/Reti and transposed into a Meran, or Semislav, basically. Quite typical. A3 to avoid some knight b4, bishop b4 ideas. And now, okay, I don't like the knight in e6. I have this nightmare from the time that I've placed it myself against someone in a Catalan, and because of it actually lost in a tactical fashion. So ever since, I'm not placing the knight in a6 anymore. I feel that it's not really ideal. On board 5, we've had some kind of English, but it's not really Botvinnik system, because the Botvinnik system is with this. Fianchettoed bishop and the knight in e2, but here we have this setup where okay, I like black here. There's an outpost here. We have a really strong bishop on the diagonal. We have the f-file opened. All we have to do is figure out what we're going to do with those pawns and where this knight belongs. I mean, ideally it belongs in d4 because that's an outpost, but I don't know if we want to play c5, knight c6, d4, or just go knight c6 directly. What do you guys think? Hi H1, how are you doing? I hope, are you playing in this tournament? Is it close to? If I remember correctly, you are from Florida, I think. Or maybe not. I cannot make up my mind if I want to go knight c6 or c5. Because I like c5 in a way to stabilize the square and then bring in the knight. I don't think white can consider a long castle. There's no way. Right? Short castle, knight c6. Oh, you're from Kansas City. Oh, okay, sorry. I don't know why I thought you're from I thought you're from Florida for some reason. Cool. Cool. No, this is not quite ideal. We can't even do that. We need to prepare a3 before, but not quite sure. Maybe just do it. But basically what I want is black. Whether I put the knight here first or not, then I'll go for d5. This pawn structure is definitely... Oh, c5 was played. This is definitely a beneficial pawn structure for black because, you know, the castle, the king has been brought to safety. This file is opened, and there's just too many open things that are going to be helpful. You're going to... Oh, you're gonna be at the Super Nationals. Right. I think I saw the... Nice. Yeah, well, hopefully you have a great time. It's probably a little bit of a warmer weather in Florida than it is in Kansas City. I know, because I'm in Kentucky, so, you know, weathers are probably quite similar here, but you're going to slightly better weather, so hopefully you enjoy that next week. All right, and lastly, board 6, we have FIDE Master Rosat. Well, Rose had drawn her previous round against International Master Mikhail Zlotnikov. It was that really cute idea the black found with knight f4, and then you're basically capturing in f2, and there was a check queen, if you guys remember from the previous round. All right, so here we have... Okay, it was a Nimzo transposed to some kind of Catalan. It's not really Nimzo. Bishop takes. Knight takes. Okay, so actually in this position, black... no, sorry, white can capture with the queen or with the knight. If you capture with the queen, then you have ideas like this. And then e4. Sometimes, okay, maybe you don't move the knight to e1. Maybe you'll go to h4 and then e4, e5, something like that. Yeah, better weather is always good. And if you capture with a knight, then you can go queen c2. You still can play b3. This queen you can choose. The reason I keep making these arrows to the long diagonal, it's an important thing. You only have one bishop left, so your queen has to be placed on the opposite color than the bishop to control more squares together. So usually you want to switch it over on that diagonal. Or sometimes you can just keep it in d2 and then go to g5 or something. But without the dark square bishop, is not as easy for white to really have something going for them. But okay, queen d2 is okay. Queen d2 is okay. Followed by knight c3 and e4, I think. We don't necessarily need to go knight e1. I like these ideas because sometimes, like, if you do put the knight in c3 and you're trying to support b4, sometimes you may want to have the knight if you might go c5 too. But it's fine. The knight can also stay here, though. You know, you want that bishop open. So we have a couple of like pretty balanced games. I mean, it's been 10 moves. I don't know. They started at 4:30. We have about 10 to 15 minute delay, so they've been playing for about 45 minutes technically, but we only see about half an hour's worth of moves. So I think, you know, we'll certainly the games will certainly get even more interesting as more moves are being played. But yeah, I mean, let's see. Let's see, what did we miss here? So, Grandmaster Nikola Mitkov is going for the long castle. Guys, he's going for the kill. No quiet stuff. No short castling. No. We're going for the long one. That's fine. Sure. I'm happy with the long castling. I want to see g4. G4 is my move. If I see g4, you know, I'm just like, super happy. I'm just gonna be super happy because it's g4. Shenanigan. My shenanigan. So usually a6 in Scheveningen, usually play a6 b5. But here's the thing, when white has played f4, you have to be mindful because there's bishop f3, and then when you go b5, there might be something like this. I fell for that trap once, but probably not yet. Here we can castle, and then before they play b5, they need to take, and then we take. And then, if they go, maybe they can go b5. They're threatening this to flank the knight, take the pawn. Bishop f3. And now you cannot go bishop b7, because if you go bishop b7, I think... Ah, no, actually, you're not losing material here. This could be... This could work. This is something that black can play. Yeah, if I were black, I'd play here. Another idea that I've seen being played in these types of positions is bishop d7 with the idea to take. And then you'll have plans with b5 still, but you're just now playing a6. Sometimes you put the bishop here to go bishop c6 and put pressure here since f4 was played, and you're trying to avoid, you know, weakening that. And you can go rook c8, queen a5, or queen a5, bring the other rook to c8 and put pressure, especially if white's gonna castle long. So we'll have to wait and see if that was gonna happen. Let's see the Smith-Mora. Not much has been played since we left it off. I guess rook d1 was played, and now white decided to place the bishop in e3, not g5. Makes sense. E3 is getting ready for an a6 push. That square will be weak. Actually, can we? Can we give up the bishop with b5 and do that? Probably not. Yeah, well, we're gonna lose something. I'm being a bit too aggressive today. I think it's because I had lunch, so I just don't care. I just don't care. They're not my pieces. We can play. We can try to be aggressive. Yeah, no. It's better probably to just do commentary on an empty stomach. No food, no food. You won't be that aggressive, or maybe you'll be more aggressive. Was I more aggressive in the morning for those of you who joined in earlier? Never play something after. No, no, no. It's better to play after I've had lunch. That's for sure. Yeah, I'm aggressive because I'm doing commentary now when I play. No, no, that's not happening when I play. When I play, I'm not that. I'm not that aggressive. I actually, during a game, like whenever I play a tournament, I do not eat that much. I usually eat at night the most, which is probably not the best because then it takes me forever to fall asleep. But Sebas, hey, bishop e2 or bishop f1. So you learned the lesson. Now you're saying hi. That's good. That's good. Bishop e2 or bishop f1. Yeah, looks like he played bishop e2. He heard you. But bishop e2, why do you put the bishop in e2 better than f1? I like bishop f1 better. Right? Or e2. The question is, what's the follow-up with the bishop? Is there one? Or is there none? Not one. Obviously, you need the bishop off of harm's way because something like that will happen, so... But, I think e2... Actually, maybe e2 does make more sense because if you move the knight, then you have bishop f3. Maybe being here, you also may be supporting something like this. I think if you're white, you definitely need to consider some pushes. And, but what do we do about b5? You guys have any ideas of what we should be doing after b5? Should we double on the d file? Or do we play a4 first? Because if we double, we are going to delay black's development of the bishop in c8. But we could also maybe go a4. a4 comes to mind, yeah. I like a4 actually, Sebas. I guess black could also play bishop e7 instead of b5. Okay, that was just my suggestion. Sure, bishop e7. But then can I finally play my move? Because I've been wanting to play this for a while. I'm happy to. I'm happy to oblige. Yeah, I also have this cute idea. You gotta push. You gotta push. Does this work? Nah, I'm probably just getting my bishop chased away. The next move is rook b8. Yeah, no, this is silly. Maybe this? And then we'll go a4. At least we have some activity with white. A little bit of activity. It's better than no activity. I still think if I were white, I would consider these ideas eventually. This knight will go there. Yeah, we'll be back. Okay, yeah, this was really interesting what Ryan has done here. Like, so look at this, and I need to remember this idea because I liked it. Knight e7, knight c6. So bring that knight from g8 to there, because he wants this knight from b8 to go towards c5, not f6 anymore. So it saves. I don't know if it saves time or not, but at least it doesn't allow white to pin with bishop g5 in some situations. So you got no bishop g5 if you wanted to play that. And you have the f6 square for the bishop to be able to cover this pawn in case it gets attacked. So I kind of liked it. Knight c5, and maybe Ryan felt that his opponent yesterday had this chance to go c5 and he felt unhappy about it, so he probably spent some time either last night or this, before this round, to think about how he's going to deal with white being able to push c5. This is the great thing about, being able to do to have access to a computer in between games, or with so much information online, because as soon as you do play in a tournament and next round comes about, you can actually just check everything in between and be ready for the next game. Whereas years ago, when there were no computers, you couldn't check that. You had no coach, you had no available coach. You had to just kind of come up with something on the spot and hope that your analysis was working. But here you have a bit of time and you can definitely do something good, and I think he was able to. Ooh, yes, g4, haha, my favorite. I love seeing g4. Any game g4, it's my game. It's my game to watch. This is actually quite interesting because I haven't seen it here. So okay, this was played under some strange move order, but like when I was a kid, this was a line that I was considering, like I was playing. Or 97 first hand. Bam! This is a line that I was playing, so this became kind of popular. Popular like maybe in the I don't know, to early 2000s or something like that. G4 for sure. Yeah, that's rhyming. Nice. But yeah, like this was something I tried and I actually did enjoy playing it. There were a lot of variations to memorize. I think Asparov had tried this against the machine. I don't know which deep blue, deep one of those. And it was quite interesting, and I don't know why I loved it so much, and I started studying it at the time. But then I kind of stopped because there are so many good moves that black can do, and if you're not keeping up with the theory, you're not gonna do great. But here it is different because we have a Fianchetto bishop in there, and black has not castled anyways in this line. In the other line, he didn't either. But basically, I think you have quite similar ideas, right? To go rook g1, they take, you probably take, and you take in g7. And the idea is that white very likely is going to castle on that side of the board and is going to take advantage of this king being in the center. Now a5 was played too, which a5 is a weakness and you won't be able to castle long, which is great for white. So this pawn sack might work. Oh, I even see this idea. I like that. Anyways, that remains to be seen if it's going to be played or not, but it's certainly some nice idea that we can see. Tutto bene, tutto bene. I don't know why you're speaking Italian when you told me you're from Belgium. Shouldn't you be speaking French? Or Dutch? Hey, casual! Yes! Yes, there was some exciting chess. I even posted... I do not know if you're following me or if you even have Instagram, but there was this super cute, like, adorable checkmate, smothered checkmate with a bishop. You need to see that video. I'm gonna try to post it on YouTube too. But if you're, yeah, and I'm working on it. You know, I'm slow sometimes, and I say I do things and I don't do it. But now I'm determined because I told you guys yesterday. I have a friend who told me that I'm only doing stuff to impress people. So now I'm just doing stuff to impress myself. And in order to impress myself, I need to do a lot of things. Therefore, YouTube is the priority thing. Okay. All right, we'll somehow show that video at some point, maybe on YouTube, and then I'll post it and you'll see it. Oh, there's a link. Oh, sorry, I can share it with you. I can. I'm silly. 1 second. Just give me a second, guys. Come on. Sabina did this. Where are my clips here? Let me share the clip. Gosh, I'm so silly. I have a clip for this. Where's the clip? So I was showing. Oh, wait. How do I clip this? Like, just share. Copy link. Here. Bam. Check that out. That's my favorite video that I think I ever made. My favorite video ever made. It's just such a beautiful idea. It didn't actually happen in the game, but it was such a nice idea that I had to clip it. I clipped it. Chess to Impress is a YouTube channel. Okay. Maybe I should do like something with the eyes. The eyes. Oh. Learn chess through Sabina's eyes. With shenanigans. Something like that. Professional chess player, I haven't been in a while. I have not been playing in a while. This is bad. I gotta work on I gotta improve my chess skills, but you can at least watch that. I will check it out. I will check it out after the stream. I don't want to put music for this one because I haven't figured out how the music will get away from the VOD. And I need to post these on YouTube at the end. So I do not know how to do that, but I'll do that later. Did you guys like the video? And how's your trip, Casual? I made chai in your honor. You can't see it, but I promise it's chai. Oh, so you know the player with the black pieces? You know Gospodinov Lyubomir? He doesn't play risky positions, so he's not gonna take. But if he doesn't take, okay, his alternative is maybe to play h6. But you know what this is gonna lead to, right? Rook g1, h4, g5. So this is not gonna be fun. It won't be fun. You had some good Indian buffet? Well, what about work? Did you work? Oh, I see. Gotcha. Gotcha. So that's in Florida, right? Which city in Florida? He took. No, work food is good work. Oh, I thought you said you're traveling for work. Did I misunderstand or something? Or that was your break from work, maybe. You were traveling for lunch? Oh, okay. I thought I'm confused. Now I'm totally confused. Uh, when you said you're traveling, I assumed work. Now you're confusing me, casual. Wait, sorry, this is not the position. This is where he took. I don't know why I put that. But this is gonna happen. Yep, just it. The question is, do we take or do we go back? We can also go back. But without the knight here, it's kind of like this position is good for writing. I see. Okay, so you just traveled for a good lunch. Nice. That's the spirit. Yes. Yes, I should do that. And to get the car, and after I get the car, I'm just gonna travel. I actually loved what I love to do is just get into the car and start driving around. And the only thing is, I don't know why I feel safe in Romania, where I don't know how safe it is, but I don't feel as safe traveling by myself some places in the US because I don't know where I'm gonna end up. So I'm not sure well it will be, but I saw some really cute like farms around Kentucky, like around where I live, and I would love to just go for a walk or something there. So just drive there and then have lunch or something. But that has not happened. I need to find a buddy, travel buddy, and then just do that probably or something. Something like that. Okay. That game is good. Ooh, wait. Didn't I say that I don't expect White's gonna castle long? Man, I have not guessed anything yet today. Well, this... Oh, yeah, rain. We got a lot of rain here, too, in Lexington. There's a lot of rain. I think it's stopped now. But I was trying to go outside to take a short walk in the morning, and it was raining, so yeah. Mr. Love World, that's funny. Yeah, I usually like to travel with someone. Like, I love road trips. I haven't taken one in a long time. When I was in college, I would take a few with my best friend, and we would just drive someplace or, away from the city a bit and just... But I haven't taken road trips for a while. Capo is funny. Okay, so what do we do now? Knight takes, right? That's what he did. And now queen takes. And he chose to play f3 and castle long. Not a fan. d5. This looks Yes, we need to add John. We need to add Hammer. John Ludwig Hammer. Hammer. And we got a new player. No, but I think I know Ludwig John Ludwig. I think he went to UTD. Cape. Got it. Well, I've been enjoying my French toast. That's what I had today. French toast, breakfast and lunch. This is what happens when you cook bread. When you bake bread, you just... Okay, so are we gonna go King B1 here? Yeah, I figured. Cape Town. Capital. Africa, yeah, South Africa. Well, actually, is Johannesburg the capital or Cape Town? Which one is the capital of South Africa? He did not go King B1. I felt that it might be necessary, but he played Queen E3. Okay, he's trying to put pressure on E6, but I think that's easily protected. We also can play knight D4 with black. I like this move. Cover, attack. Keeps the file closed. Pretoria is okay. Did they change it? Was it at any point Johannesburg? The capital? Oh. Oops. I had that thing on. Didn't know. Didn't know. He did not go knight d4. He played rook e8. Okay, that makes sense too. I mean, maybe black is still thinking at some point to push. But I wouldn't want to push, you know why? Because I would give that outpost for white. So I'd rather keep the pawn there. Like maybe knight there, it just makes more sense. Yeah, this position, it seems much more natural, much better for black, because these two pieces, in my opinion, don't do anything, and the rook in h1 is stuck. So we don't have something easy to do here with white. It's not going to be easy to figure out a way to improve with white in this position. But okay, what is exactly black doing? Ah, maybe he wants to put the knight in b4 and attract some more weaknesses. And if you do play a3, but then why did he put that rook there? Okay, because this other rook. Actually, I see this idea too that's unpleasant. Yeah, it's definitely much easier for black to play here than it is for white, for sure. Alright, so this game has not progressed much since we left off after queen takes d2, queen e7 was played. Black is planning to attack the center with one of these two moves, but he has played already e5, and now Rose is thinking. I mean, in this position, you can transpose to some things, like a King's Indian style position without the fianchetto bishop, of course, by playing e4 here, or you can just kind of prep things. Usually after e5, black may consider developing the bishop to g4 or f5, so you might want to stop it if you want, if you can. Or you can just place your rooks on these files, and at some point you might play c5. All good, casual. All good. Listen. Enjoying some chess after lunch is the best. No, I had some hummus with carrots, and I had some chicken with mustard, like chicken sausages with mustard, and one's remaining small brioche toast thing. That's what I had. I was gonna have more veggies, but I was, I don't know what happened. I only had the hummus with the carrots. I had like, I don't know, 10 carrots left, tiny, like those small ones. So I had some of those. Regina was keeping me company. She was trying to get some food, but she didn't like my food, so yeah. And then I made some chai. And I uploaded the yesterday's video on YouTube. Should be there. And second one I think has uploaded, so at the end of this stream I'll post that, and then the next one will probably be uploaded tomorrow morning, so that way, you know, there's a little bit of time in between them. I even made a thumbnail. It's not ideal, but at least I made something for now. It's not the perfectest one, but for starters, it's a nice thing. Should white play knight b3 or knight f3? That's what I was thinking about. You can also take in c6, by the way. You're not mentioning anything about that. Taking in c6 is an option. The thing is, I can't figure out where does white want to castle. I was thinking short, but he played queen d2 and he's still waiting, so I do not know on which side of the board white's gonna castle. I would say that if you want to castle long, maybe you should put the knight in f3, maybe? Because, or maybe either way, maybe f3? Because what I know is sometimes when you put the knight in b3, those pawns come in way too fast. And your knight there is more bothering than it's helping. So I would put it in f3 personally, but I just do not know. Well, so the reason I would say this is an option is because of this. This is what I would think that you can consider to do. So you are a bit messing up black's pawn structure. So if you would take in c6, it wouldn't be to let them play d5. No. Just take in e5 too. So that's why I was saying that's an option too. I mean, that doesn't mean that it's good, but it was my thinking that that is an option too. But I think since white played f4, probably makes sense to play knight f3. Yeah, like Sebas suggested, knight f3. Just keep the pressure in the center, and then do we go for short castle or long castle? What are you guys voting on? No castle. No, that's not possible. That is unacceptable. This is a this is a positional streaming person here you're talking to. You're talking to a positional player. Castle, no castle in such a position with an open center. No, 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 no. Unacceptable. Nah. Sabina unapproved. Not approved by Sabina. An emote that I will be creating. It's my next thing on my list. Long castle for sure makes sense. Okay. Okay, we're gonna go on with Sebas's decision, long castle. So is black gonna take? Is typically they would take, right? Take, knight, e5 doesn't work. Bishop g4. And we're gonna go long castle. Okay. I can deal with this. I can certainly deal with this. Probably white is slightly better there, I think. Yeah, black's plan is to play a6, b5 eventually, yeah. But, you know, this pawn, having that backwards pawn is not going to be ideal for black, though. So, we'll be back to see how things go. Okay, so, this happened. This idea happened. I suggested it. But wait, knight b6? I was thinking knight c5. I didn't like knight b6 because I don't want to go knight b6 and take the bishop in c8, which is what white ended up doing. I mean, I don't understand it, maybe. I do like the knight here to put pressure, but here you're going to be forced to take in c8 because now we're threatening to take 2 pieces for the rook, so you have to take. So don't we like still black? Extra pawn? How are you going to get your material back? It doesn't seem like it's going to be an easy way to do that. I think there's too much light for me right now. That was too much light. Okay. Should we go? I think a4. We talked about this move. A4 is something that white should be doing at some point. Wait, I liked black's position. How did this go into... White stayed with a good bishop, and black stayed with... Black stayed with a... what happened? I'm playing it too fast. Like, I played it like 5 times, and I still played it too fast. We said around here black was supposed to be better. I really like the knight in c5. So what happened? Bishop d7. Okay, he did not go for a4. Okay, that's not that big of a deal, let's say. Although he could have played a4, but okay. He played bishop d7. Okay, he wants some bishop c6, bishop a4. Okay, b3. Okay, bishop c6. Okay, trade the bishop. Sure. He did not trade it. Okay, knight e4. Why he did not trade it, we don't know. You play queen d7 to play f5 and stop the knight from going there. Yeah, reverse Benoni, but like it's the same player. He came up with this interesting idea, knight d7, knight here, and then that knight came like that. But why f5? Like, why didn't he take? Just take there first. I mean, get rid of that bishop. That's important, right? And once you get rid of that bishop, I mean, I think this is how you want to put the pawns. I know it's not ideal, but you want to start like this first, probably. Maybe now queen d7, knight d4. You're still getting to trade. Maybe not. Queen c6 to defend. Now I'm threatening this, so you gotta go back. If I were black, who's leading the pack? There are 6 players, so board 1, 2, and 3. So these two players, these two players are on 2 out of 2. The rest 1.5. The rest of the players are on 1.5. I'll show the standings in a bit. No, I like white here. Like, if we trade that and I get the rook in e5, this is good. So f5 was premature. But how are you gonna keep the d4 pawn protected? Yeah, see, this is what happened to black because he didn't take in g2 now. White is getting a much better trade-off, and now the rook is active and everything. I'm liking whites. I mean, not liking whites. It's white's got no problem basically in this position. Okay. I don't know what that is. This is different. Knight h6. Knight f5, okay. Rook g1. Knight h4. But this is usually met with e4 because you got no knight there. I don't know if it works, but that's usually how a knight disappearing from f6 means white's gonna push e4. Are we ready for e4 here with white? I think so. This looks pretty good. Pretty good. Very good. Goody. If you take, I take. You can't take. But if you don't take, I want to do that. I'm also putting pressure, but, you know. You queen f6, you don't have time, I think, for queen f6. Maybe you can play queen f6. That would force me to take. You think in song lyrics? Me too. I always choose the most dramatic songs ever. Every time I make a post, the most dramatic thing ever possible. Ideally, if it's a sad love song. I'm just worried about queen takes h2. Ah, but there's bishop rook g2. I'm so sorry. I can't even do that. Yeah, e5. Okay, we move back and then But if I go here, I think... Do I drop this? Can black take? Oh, you did say queen f3 too. That's funny. Why would we want to give... we don't want to give up the pawn, casual. I'm sorry, but like... We don't want to give up that. Okay, so queen f6. Wait, I also can go bishop e2. Never mind. I thought I had to take. I don't have to take. We can go bishop e2, right? White is better. Like, it's definitely better because of the more space in the center. And now you don't even have... You're not even up a pawn. So we just need to figure out how to improve it. We will still play e5, of course. I mean, but there's no need to rush, maybe. We'll see if Grandmaster Zhu Chao is gonna play that. Back to this position after the long castle d5 was played. Yes, so we were here. Bishop f1. Okay, that's a bit sus. Why was bishop f1 played? I don't get this move. Was it to play knight e2 and try to chase that queen away? Maybe white was attempting g3 f4. That would be... But then this diagonal would open up. I don't know. Maybe he just wants to sit and wait how his opponent is gonna beat him. This sometimes can happen too. This is actually kind of fun. I don't see a trap. Like, there's no trap that I can do. Can you guys see any trap? Because I don't see... Seems like we're just winning a pawn, right? I mean, okay, we'll stay with that isolated pawn, but a pawn is a pawn. It's better than nothing. We want to take a pawn, if we can. Okay, so Rose decided to go for the exchange here. So she did not go for e4. She brought the rook to d1, and now she took. Okay, so she's very likely gonna go for this idea of knight d5. I don't know if we should stop bishop g4 or not. We could if we wanted. We could play h3. Why not e4? Well, because it's a bit too committal in my opinion here for white, if you mean in this position, not in the other one. I think it's committal because you're blocking your bishop. Looks like knight d5 is played. You're blocking your bishop, and also, you know, when you play e4, you're giving up this square. White does not have the d5 square as an outpost, but black does have d4 as an outpost if you play e4. So I believe this is not the kind of move that you want to play, as long as black has not committed to play c5. Because, you know, if you do have the opportunity to go knight d5, sure. But otherwise, usually they don't do it. They just kind of go like this. And, yeah. This is basically the idea. So knight d5 I like. I think she did the right thing. She followed the right path. Uh-oh! What did we say? Long castle? Mm-mm. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. That did not happen. Rook d1, huh? And it looks like you did move the knight to b3. We were suggesting knight f3. Looks like the plan has changed. Fully changed by Grandmaster Nikola Mitkov. Okay, so what is the plan now in this position for white? That's my question to you. What do you think is the interesting? Yeah, I think so too. I think it's really interesting. I don't know. I don't know what we're gonna do. What are we gonna do now? Sure, yeah, sure, castle. Okay, but sure, but who's better here? The engine, I just turned it on. It says 0-0. I thought one was better. What happened? I don't like 0-0 positions. I don't like 0-0. I want to see something. I want to see something happening. It will. Do not worry. No worries. No, no, no. All good. All good. You know what? Maybe, you know, the funniest thing that could happen in this game, what it would be? The funniest thing would be if white actually ends up not castling. And who said that white's not gonna castle? And I was like, no, this is a positional stream here. We got a positional, you know, it's happening. And if it actually won't happen, I feel like someone's gonna clip that and be like, Sabina, see, I was right. You were wrong. You were wrong about this. It's possible. I'm not. I do not believe that I'm always right. Only 99% of the time. There are exceptions. 1% is enough. We do have exceptions. Okay. Alright, so black finally has played d6 to keep the pawn safe. And now we gotta figure out with white if we'll ever find a way to get our pawn back or not. Sure, Sebas. Players making commentators, spectators eat their own words. Yeah, definitely. Definitely. That is happening. That is. Okay, but I do not... Rook here? This? Somehow h4, h5? Rook c1 I think is natural. This is something we can do. What was the last set of moves for Eric? Well, remember white brought the knight to b6 and took the bishop, which I thought should not have happened. And now d6, which I don't know if it's necessarily the best move for black, but d6 was played, and now we gotta figure out how white's gonna continue here. Could we go? Yeah, but then how do you... I was thinking rook c1, c3, d3, but... How do we put more pressure on d6? I'm not sure. This feels slightly better for white. I'm not sure if it's slightly better for white. Black is up a pawn still. I haven't figured out how you're gonna get it back. Yet. I'm not sure. You might, but I'm not sure how or when. I'll wait a bit. Wow. G5. That's new. No, but white's doing great here. Look at that bishop in e5. Look at this monster. And if you ever trade it, or even you don't even need to, I can trade and get another monster over there. Well, not yet, maybe, because now you actually want to take and stuff. But I mean, that's basically what I can do at some point whenever I'm ready. Just take and place a rook. Okay, maybe we can just go queen f2 here for safety. You know, just keep that safe. Sorry. Now g5. This looks good. Very good. Yeah, white is doing really nice. Really nicely. Because black has more space, like had more space, they should have traded more, they should have kept more pieces on the board. Instead, a lot of pieces were traded, and now white's just enjoying this. Okay. You like my queen f2? Of course. Oh, queen g2 was played. Wait, what? When did that... Why? Why? Timber, how are you doing? Welcome back. Regina, where's Regina? Do you want to see Regina? Should I bring Reggie? I can bring Reggie on the stream if you guys want. She's taking a nap. Like usually. That's pretty much all she does. Well, that, and she protects me when I go to bed. She protects me. She has this... I got her this little stool in front of my door. So she sits there and she's watching me sleep. Making sure nobody gets in the door. She has the vision to the door and to my bedroom. So she's kind of sitting there in the middle and making sure I'm protected. Other than that, it's mostly sleep. But if you guys want to see her, let me know and I'll bring her. I don't know why he played queen g2. I don't want to trade queens. If you trade queens, the position should be kind of equal, I think. I don't think white will manage to take the d4 pawn. That's why I like queen f2, because by placing the queen here, you actually have a pressure. And if they'll do something like that... Well, right now they can't, because I think I'm threatening to take and take. Wait, could I have taken and taken here, actually? I think I could have. Yeah, I don't feel comfortable about the possibility of trading queens. Okay, black took, so what is white gonna do? Are they gonna take or take? Either way, it's kind of equal. Maybe white just want to make a draw. Draw is okay. He's had 2 tough games, played well. Maybe he's thinking his opponent's strong and can try to get a draw. Draw would be a pretty good result, considering there's a, you know, 42 rating points difference. Looks kind of equal. Nothing else happened in that. Ooh. Yep. Yep. That's what I was saying. Like, I just didn't understand why the pawn wasn't going to be captured. It looks like it was. John Ludwig has captured the pawn and now is up a pawn. It's not the healthiest pawn, I will say, because that's an isolated pawn, but having a pawn is better than not having a pawn. You know? Just better have than not have, right? Okay, what else have we got here? B3 and rook d7. Okay, this position is slightly better for white too. In this one? B3. That's a good placement for the queen. But why did you have to play b3? Why couldn't you go rook here directly? Ah, because a knight b4 and stuff. I see. The b3 makes sense to chase the queen away. Why not h4? I think white is trying to bring the knight to c3 because, yeah, Sebas mentioned after queen c4, I think this is a threat. And there will be some unpleasantries. So with knight in e2 now, if you go, for example, knight b4, I think knight c3 kind of covers the king and will keep the king kind of safe. I think that's the reason why they did that. Let's bring the Reggie while we're waiting here. And after 92, I'll bring her for a second. Hi, cutie. What's up? Yeah. And now if we see knight c3, you will understand. It will make sense why 92 was played. But, do I want to trade queens? Maybe this, and rook d7, rook e7. Maybe black could have played something like this, you know, to try to keep things safe. Yes, Reggie, what's up? She was watching you guys while she was watching the board. Okay, let's catch up with board one. Oh, he has castled. At least we got one thing right. The castle has happened, a6. Okay, I've seen these positions on many occasions. White usually plays king h1 and then probably prepares some knight f5, maybe g4. That would be some kind of thing that we could consider may happen. Cats are great. Yeah. What's up, Reggie? What is it? Yeah, I think king h1 is kind of a necessary move for white in this position. It's kind of a nice prophylactic idea that you want to do. What is it, sweetie? What is it? You've had enough? Have you had enough of the petting? Maybe change in the middle. Change in the middle. Because white went knight b3 and knight d4. I think that's why you're a bit confused. Well, but he had to move the knight because he didn't want to take. But then, yeah, then he felt he should come back because that knight moved away. So now when he comes back, he's threatening the bishop. So sometimes they do, like, they go back and forth or something. This is actually quite interesting, Queen e1. So I believe he wants to double up on the d file. He just wanted the rooks to be ahead, I think. Pretty much. Reggie, what have you got over here? Did you eat? Again. Sometimes Regina, when she eats, she messes up her entire face. Uh-oh. I lost my earring. Okay, she's good. Is knight c5 a move here? Actually, that's a nice idea. You want to trade the knight and then get this other knight from g6 so that no h4, h5 will happen to you. That makes sense. What if I go here? Ah, but then I lose this pawn. Oops. Yeah, I saw it. I saw it after I suggested that cinema of knight d4. Do I have to take? Should I take an f3? I want to say f4, but I don't know if f4 really works. Because I think it can take anyways. So I think I have to play f3. How is black going to continue here, actually? I mean, you're up a pawn, sure, but how do you... You go rook d8? Put these rooks like that? Maybe something like this could work. And white still has to find a way to get their pawn back. Because being down material is not really ideal. This... Is it an idea to take on d5 and bring to life the bishop in e7? Wait, when? Oh, what? Okay, rook d8 was played. Do you mean here after takes? No, really? I don't know if I'm happy with this pawn structure for black. Because, I mean, you're up a pawn. You want the pawn to go to d5, trade, and create your pass pawn. If you take like this, you'll have double pawns for life. I mean, I know you're still hitting this pawn. I get it. Maybe you could do that. And then at some point, some knight f4 or rook c8, bishop c5. Okay. You got a point. You know, this reminds me, there was a Fischer game. There was one Fischer game in a similar thing where he was able to outplay his opponent. Okay. Yeah. No. It's not crazy. It's not too crazy. I don't like it in general to create weaknesses for myself that are not necessary. I'd rather avoid it. That's why my first instinct is always to say no to specific things that involve that. But you know, I mean, there's nothing wrong with it. You know, like it can happen. Just a second. Okay. So let's catch up with this. So they just traded. This game might be going for a draw. It kind of traded everything. So now all we have to do is rook to e5. Yeah, for sure. That looked... Ooh. E4. Yes, we called it. Good. Oh, wow. Black actually took in c4. So usually you're trying to take in e, but he took in c. If black trades dark bishops, the knight could... Yeah. Hey, Reggie, where are you going? No, I'm not letting you go. You're gonna stay with me more. You're a cutie. This looks so dominating for white. And the bishop goes back somewhere. Queen f3 maybe. I'm always giving out that pawn part. Maybe rook g. I wish I had some rook d1, rook d8 mate thingy, but I don't. You don't drink my water. Meow. Yep, this is Regina. This is the queen. Ooh. Okay. You wanted meow, she gave you meow. Can we do something about this situation? Sweetheart, what is it? Come on. Stay here. Where are you going? Where do you want to go? You want to run? She's running. Sorry. That was it. That was all the attention she required. The queen. She wants to go. And I can finally take my earring, which dropped. Okay. Back. Okay, so what is happening here in this position? I really wanted to do some discovered idea, but I can't see. I cannot see anything. I cannot see a thing. Okay, maybe I was being a bit too much. Fine, we don't go queen f3. How are we gonna protect h2? Do we care about losing that pawn even? I don't think we do. Just let it be. Let it be. Let it be. Speaking words of wisdom. I don't know. Nah. Take it. Go for it. Bam. And then we castle. And then we go d5 or something. I don't know. Rook g7. Something like that. You can't even go queen h5 because bam. Okay, maybe we do something like that. Makes sense. Okay, this is a nice position for white. Oh, wow. They got into an endgame. Okay, black should be slightly better, but winning, I don't know. Because it's a rook endgame and the extra pawn is not yet passed. We don't have any passed pawns. So I have the feeling that it's not so easy for black to progress. So one of my students was playing in this tournament, and she Had two rooks and a bishop versus two rooks and a knight, and she wanted to trade the bishop to undouble her pawns, but unfortunately that proved to be actually a mistake. Going into the rook endgame is tricky. I love rook endgames. Like, you can save yourself often, but of course, like, even if you know them well, you can never know everything well enough. Like, sometimes you still make mistakes. I've still made so many mistakes in my rook endgames, but yeah, here is definitely something. Something hard to deal with, I think. It's just my opinion, sir. Just my opinion. No, you wouldn't lose. You're up a pawn. I'm trying to think of a plan for black to actually win this. It's not very clear to me yet. Okay, what I'm thinking to do here with black is something. Should I play a6 b5? Should black play a6 b5? And this pawn is weak if we can reach it. I mean, we technically could do something like this, but I think they can defend easily for that, so I'm not so sure. Well, you gotta look at the weaknesses and see if you can find some ways to attack them, obviously. But black is kind of stuck to protect e6. That's why I wasn't quite fond when I saw that the game was going towards an endgame, because, like, I don't know exactly if that's what we want to do. I don't know that we want the rook endgame where it's not so easy to progress. I don't even know why rook d7 was played. Maybe he's just trying to make a couple of moves to see how his opponent would react, maybe, you know, like, just to see what his opponent would do. There should be a rule: when you reach this end game, 30 minutes are added to your clock. That's funny. Nah, why? Why would that be the case? You already have half an hour. Should be enough to make up your mind. But I'm not sure black will be able to win this. Ooh. Oh, only to you. I see. I see. Special rule for Sebas. This. Well, obviously, this move has probably been played to go 94, otherwise there's no point to play 95. So now, how is black gonna get a hold of that pawn? We definitely need to develop this bishop. Do we go here or here? Where do we go? Maybe f5 to take the knight, and then we will use this knight to block that pawn, and then we'll try to find some ways to attack it to the side somehow, you know, once that's done. Let's trade it off. Let's do that. Yeah, this could be a thing. Nothing spicy just yet, guys. Nothing spicy, and it's been about 2 hours since the players have started these games. It's been about 2 hours, and I don't see anything quite spicy yet. The game hasn't changed much. Okay, looks like 95, Sebas's suggestion has happened. We will be having, or not, a trade. E4 is hanging, so white needs to make up their mind. We'll have to wait and see if black is gonna capture with a pawn or knight. Either way. You like bishop f5 in the other game? You mean in this one? Oh, bishop d7. No, 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 no. That hurts. That move hurts. Why it hurts? Passed pawns should be blockaded with a knight. With a knight, not with a bishop. That's one thing. Second thing, knight c5 is a threat. Knight c5 is just gonna be played, I'm pretty sure. Knight c5 is just... And if you play b6... I think I can take. And then you blocked it. Zeal, hey! You don't agree? You mean you agree with me? You don't agree with the move, I hope, Sebas, because otherwise... Oh! Bishop d7 is too passive. Like, we can just take rook c1 or something. Oh. You didn't know about pass pawns? Yes. If there's a pass pawn, the best piece to blockade it with is a knight, because the knight anyways has short distance range, right? Like 8 squares around it. So when you put it there, it controls a lot of squares. Whereas if you get stuck like a piece like a rook or queen, they need flexibility to be able to move around. Once you put it there, you have to keep it there so it loses its value in a way, because it has to stay to protect. And usually you don't want that to happen. So yeah, no, bishop d7 looks very, very unpleasant for poor black. We'll see if Rose will find knight c5. But anyways, that is a very, very sad place for the bishop. Don't place your bishop there, trust me. Do not. All right, c4 was played. So maybe we'll encounter something like this. Maybe we'll see something like this. I don't know. Black certainly does need to find some kind of way to improve. Maybe he will do rook c7, sorry, rook c7, rook c5, king f6, e5. But white still has the option to play f4 and try to keep you there. So it's going to be a difficult way for black to progress here. I mean, he can certainly try. I mean, eventually a6, b5 has to happen. But you know, the problem is anytime you're going to create your pass pawn, this king is close enough to try to go get this. So that's why I think this endgame is very likely, could be finishing in a draw. Wow, queens got traded in this game. Uh-huh. Okay. Did he forget he cannot take there? No, he couldn't have. He's... He wanted to enter in this endgame. Who is better? So typically in Sicilians, by the way, black tends to have a small advantage with the pawn structure and stuff. But I'm not sure if here black is better because of the isolated pawn and white has the bishop here, but this knight in e5 is a monster. Controls a lot of squares. It does not allow you to improve your light square bishop. Maybe h3, g4, g5, but now we're threatening b4, so maybe you have to play a3 to stop it first. But then maybe this. Black is okay. No, it's a thing, but you also have to be able to utilize the bishop pair. You know, just having it is not enough. It's kind of like, you know, okay, if you would just get the trophy, but you never actually won that specific competition, right? Then what's the point to have the trophy? It's just gonna be there, right? So we need to make sure that this actually creates some, you know, issues, but I just don't know what is happening exactly. Black is rook e8 maybe here? Do you think that could work? Steven! Hey, Steven. How was your day? How was your day, Steven? Did you work on your chess? Mostly studying? You have your AP exam soon or something? I didn't even think about it. I don't think it works. Don't tell me it works. Maybe it does. I definitely cannot take it. Trying to finish stuff for this before the summer. What tournaments are you gonna play in the summer? With school stuff or? I'm confused. Does this actually work? It works. Okay, fine. Then what else are we gonna do? A3 was played. Obviously, this is not good. Like, this is not. We let that pawn, we leave it. It's... Let it be. Let it be. Speaking words of wisdom, let it be. I don't know. Nah, I don't want to play bishop takes c4. But maybe I have to. Yeah, you're right. Maybe. No, but this was hanging too. After knight takes a3, this pawn is hanging. That's the issue basically with that position. Okay, maybe we can do that. Should we go something like this to try to take and take? Maybe we can go to f4 to try to trade to get the bishop there. And if you play something like this, okay, we're happy with the trade. And then we can do that again or something. Or maybe we can trade. I don't know, we should trade again, but maybe g3, bishop here. Just trying to trade some pieces, yeah. Bishop takes c4, I guess you're right. It kind of had to happen. We'll have to see if black plays that. But it's kind of interesting because this bishop is too passive. Black is up a pawn, but the bishop is too passive. That's why I don't feel that black's advantage is that big anymore. I think it went away. It slowly went away. Hi there, Hammer. Welcome. Ah, no trade. No trade here. Wait, why did I say pawn up? Wait, there's no pawn up in this game. I was confusing it with the other one. My bad. My bad. I was confusing it with the other position. You guys didn't even correct me. I was confusing it with this one, where there's a pawn up for black. Okay, what's happening here? King h2, rook g2. This rook covers everything. So does that rook. This will very likely finish in a draw. Ooh. Fancy, fancy, fancy. Wait, wait, wait. What did we miss? e5. Okay, so I guess e5 was played. And rook g4. Okay, we did consider... Wait, wasn't this our line? I think this was our line. And knight e4 was not our line. We kind of stopped around there. We didn't think black would take. And can we trap black's queen here? That queen in h2 looks kind of trapped. If we go bishop h3, it will be restricted. But then how do you trap it? You castle along and then rook g2, I think, or something. Ryan versus Brezish is a match you really want to follow. Why is that? That looks like an equal, though. Actually, Ryan came up with an interesting opening idea, and then Brezish kind of outplayed him. Okay, so looks like the switch has happened on the c file, and he did bring the rook on c5. And now black is kind of bound to protect c4, so the only way you're going to be able to try to progress this position is a6, b5. Long castle, bishop h3. Yeah, that's what I was saying. I was thinking bishop h3 first to make sure the queen doesn't go back. And then long castle, and then you could go rook g2 or rook h1. Both of them trap the queen. Yeah, white's position has... Oh my god, what's the rook doing in a7? Aw, I feel bad for black here. He ended up staying way too passive. Way too passive. Knight in d7 was important to be played. First get the bishop out and then put the knight to block the pawn. Putting the bishop now is going to be hard to get the bishop away from there. If this bishop does not move, then the knight cannot move, and the knight cannot move because that bishop is hanging. And if that knight cannot move, this rook is stuck, so he ended up playing rook a7. I guess he may want to move the queen, play b6, and just try to escape somehow with a knight, but that's gonna take time. This is not gonna be easy for poor black. Not at all. So it looks like black did not go for knight c4. We thought knight c4 was a nice idea, but I guess not. Black decided not to go for it. So now, okay, what do we have? We have a position. g4, maybe, is the plan for white after h3. Or maybe he just wanted to stop knight g4. But if this was the plan, it wouldn't be bad. I can play maybe g4, bring the king to g3, h4, g5, and something like that. Black can try to get a bit of... The white can try to get a bit of space. d5. Is white planning to... The thing is, how do you take back with the pawn or with the rook? I don't think queen takes is ideal for black here. Draw. Draw. Steven was asking about this game. So basically, this is what happened in this game, Steven. So it was an English that transposed into a reverse Benoni. I look at this interesting idea that black played. Knight d7, knight c6. And now... Somehow I thought black was doing quite well in this position because the knight got to c5. It's typically what you want to do. You can play a4, but somehow he did not play a4. I don't know why. He played bishop d7. And now after b3, bishop c6, unexpectedly black did not take in g2. And like you kind of have to take and then bring your queen to c6. Sure, you can do that. Queen c7 or queen d7, queen c6, right? Not c8. Do one of those moves. Just keep your queen on the diagonal and then you'll figure out a way to push those pawns. Ideally, when you push, you want this one first. But somehow, black never really got the chance to do that because instead he played f5. And after rook e1, bishop f4, bishop e5, and there's no way that e-pawn got to push. Then since that pawn didn't push, then black ended up just not being able to improve further because he's kind of stuck with the bishop with that pawn in e6. And okay, as they traded everything off towards a rook endgame, and there's no progress for him. But this was quite an interesting game. Okay, looks like Zhu Zhangcha did not want to try to trap that queen. But what does rook f4 do? What's the idea? He wants knight f6. I know, I know. Are you familiar with that line with 97? Because I don't think I've seen it before. I don't think I had seen it before. You've seen similar ideas? Yeah, I've seen those kind of ideas. I mean, if you're playing with white, I think you have more chances to get some good ideas there, but yeah. Okay. A4, then bishop A3 in which game? This one? But don't we want to trap the... I don't know why he didn't want to trap the queen in H2. I guess A4 bishop A3 is an idea, sure. That's an idea you can play, but you got other ideas too. I think I should go replenish my... I mean, get some more tea. I will be back in like I'll be back in like 2 minutes. So I'll leave you with which position you want me to leave you. Which one is more interesting? I think this is the most interesting one. Hurry back. Yes, yes, toast. Yes, I will. I will. Why trap the queen? We can destroy the king because the queen is dead. They start with the queen and the king is well protected. It has plenty of defenses. Like, I don't know how you want to destroy it. Okay. You'll let me know by the I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Stay close. My elegant bookshelf. Glad you like it. Last time I was streaming, you guys were saying it's not straight. But yeah, there was a plan. I brought some snacks, so I'll be muting occasionally. Because Casual told me to get snacks, so I did. If you could get Long Castle and then day 5, Black's King is doomed. Whatever happened here since I was gone? Since you've been gone, I cannot see. I forgot the lyrics. Forget Long Castle. Oh, wow, Jules, thank you so much for the raid. Appreciate it. Welcome, everyone. Shout out to Jules. I hope you had a great stream. And thank you. And you're enjoying your, I don't know, where do you live now? Do you live with Andrea and Alexandra? Last time I saw you, you were mentioning possibly moving on that side. Hopefully you're having a great time and looking forward to seeing more of your content. Welcome, everyone. We're currently doing commentary for this, the 30th edition of the Space Coast Open. And we've been puzzled by the current position because I wanted to capture the queen. The chat wanted to checkmate Black's king. So I guess one of us is right. Or maybe all of us are right. But Grandmaster Zhejiang Chao did not go for that. He chose a strange move in my opinion. And now he's trying to mate. How is he gonna mate though? He doesn't have a knight anymore. How do you get there? It's not even possible, is it? Is it possible to find a way to checkmate? I mean, we have the pawn close by. I know, I get it. Ah, I see an idea, Long castle and d5. I think that's what he wants. I think that was what someone suggested earlier. Maybe it was Steven. Snacks are a good call. They are, indeed. They are. I found these snacks that I think are healthy, but I'm not 100% sure now. I think only one of those packages was healthy. The rest are not. I don't want you guys to say SMR stream again. I tried to eat it fast, but it does not really work. How is Black going to survive here? Knight, b6, bishop d7? That's so sad, though. Is it? Is it sad? Thanks for stopping by, James. So what do we do then here with Black? This looks like a sad idea because what I'm thinking, does he want to attempt this or this? Too weak, too slow. I think f5 to play knight f6. Hi, hi. Castle, knight f6. Actually, f5 was played. I feel like if I were GM Zhu Zhangzhao, I would be unhappy for having allowed my opponent to run away with the queen. No, it's not a happy position for black, that's for sure. Al Pacino talked about filming scenes while eating, and she said you just have to stop. Yeah, but the problem is that I chose a snack because I don't have time to heat up the chicken that I have left over. So I chose a snack, which is this. Which makes a weird noise, and the mic is close by, so I don't know. They usually don't eat chips on movies. They usually eat, like, normal food, like cooked food. Or fast food. Castle? And then the chat always tells me it's ASMR, and I don't know why. That's kind of... I don't want that. Well, at least you guys are happy. That's a good sign. That's a good sign. Chips and chess stream. So I had this idea of doing a... I wanted to do a podcast. And the name for it... Well... Let me tell you what I came up with. Was supposed to be... something with chef. Chef. Chess chef. Maybe I should do a chip chef. Chip chess chef. Chess chip chef. That's because I'm not eating like this. That's why you can't hear. Okay, so what do we do seriously here with white? Did white lose a bit of their advantage? Because they were doing much better earlier. I want to go d5. I'm not happy with this king. Should we go d5? My question is if black manages to castle. Are they still gonna... Are they gonna survive? Wait, is knight h4? Wait, is knight h4? Wait. Is knight h4 a thing? H5, yeah. I was just telepathy works there. Yeah, I don't know. Speaking words of wisdom, let it be. Take my rook if you want to, but be aware that I will have something, something, something. I'm not sure what. That did not work very well. I don't like this position. What is happening? It's too messy. It's too messy for my taste. D5 could be good, but maybe it's not necessary. White has such a good position. I would want something clearer. Yeah, me too. Okay, I get it. Okay, I'm sorry. Wait, should we go king b1? If you want something clearer, just run away. I mean, I don't know. Then he will go bishop d7 in castle. You basically... I don't know that knight in e4 was so good. Why would he give the check? Right? I mean, we can just go at this and trade, and then we can infiltrate. No? Doesn't this make sense? Doesn't it? Okay, but he did it. Now we can't change. We can only think about the present. We can't change the past. The past is in the past. Where it should be. We read our books forward, not backwards, right? That's what we do. King b1. Okay, here. He played it. But now bishop d7, and I still don't... I don't see how we can stop black from castling. And if you don't stop them from castling, I don't know what you're gonna do. Can you go d5 now? This rook got stuck in f4 out of nowhere, you know, like you can't even go rook h4. I would love it if they castle to go queen c3 and improve on this side of the board, but right now the rook is hanging, so we have a huge problem here. Bishop c1. It is a move, alright, but I just go here. Maybe this. I wonder if black can choose to play here. He can't take because of that. Out of nowhere, you thought he was gonna castle long, and suddenly he just keeps the king in f7. I think white lost way too much of his advantage, like earlier. He could have done much better. We should be back at this game as the time approach. Okay, black got a bit of progress here. Okay, so I mentioned this had to happen, and now he wants rook a6, rook a4, and stuff. Okay. How can we progress further with black? Earlier I was mentioning that the king had to come to maybe go e5 to free up one of the rooks, you know, to try to get activated. I feel like something like this could be an idea we could have. I'm just not sure. Of course, you can offer a draw if you want to, but you can also try to play on a bit, maybe? Don't you think? You're up a pawn. Why would you want to offer a draw? Let your opponent offer a draw or figure out a way to survive. Yeah, when you're up a material, offering a draw just shows like, okay, are you scared? Are you... What is going on? Why would you do that? You're just joking about it? Black somehow was able to survive with the rook in a7. How did he? He did follow that plan finally, yeah, but... Yeah, lost a bunch of pawns in the process, yeah. It's just too little too late, too little too wrong. And I can't wait. That's basically what happened. Why would I do that thing to you? What thing? Singing? I don't have the voice for singing, especially without a song in the background so that I can try to figure out where the note is. Anyways, I don't even know. I'm bad at this. I try. I try occasionally. I say a word and then I'm thinking of a song and it just comes to mind and... Sorry, I won't do it again. I'll try. I can't promise you anything. I'm not... I only promise what I can keep, for sure. Wait. We got some trades. Ooh, fancy. Was Black obliged to make that decision? No, but he felt that he should do it. But now he's down in exchange. What, he just wants to hold this? I guess he does want to just hold this. He might be able to hold it because his pawn's on the same side of the board. He's got a pawn. If he manages to maybe somehow get the bishop in e5, maybe somehow, but I don't think... I don't think that's easy. I don't think that is easy. Okay, at least Grandmaster Mitkov has some ideas. It will take a while. Wait. Did we get the pawn back? How did that happen? Ooh, knight c4, fancy. Okay, so queen takes was probably wrong. Pawn takes or rook takes should have been played by black. Now after this... What is happening here? Queen and bishop. No, queen for rook and knight. Okay. There's one threat. We gotta move the bishop to be able to go back. Where do we move it? Is black unrated? No, I don't know what his rating is. We can check. I can check it. 1 second. 2058. I think this is their I think this is the USCF rating. Their USCF. So, okay, so we need to move the bishop. Should we go bishop a7? But maybe he can just keep attacking. Rook d1 will be met with rook e1. This should be fine. Do we have another spot that's good? Maybe c1? Oh, but wait a second. We gotta be careful for this idea. No, wait. Rook b1. Uh-oh. Wait. What? I'm losing here? Oh, no. I can go here. Okay. You cannot go rook b1 because mate. But you can take, and I don't know. How do we assess this? I think this should be equal, right? Yeah, I think bishop c1 is a bit scary, but yeah, we should go bishop c1 maybe. We can also go bishop f4. Do we like this better? Okay. Oops. Do we like this better than the other one? Actually, here I think we can take and then take the rook. Yeah, he can't do that. Oops, sorry. Take, and take. And probably we have more chances to win that endgame than board one has to win theirs. So yeah, so maybe we go bishop f4, I guess. Because we have the a pawn in that endgame, whereas in the other one they have all pawns on the king side. Okay. Some more developments in this game. Bishop e7, castle, rook h1. Okay, but like, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about this. Queen g5? There must be some way to improve, but I'm not sure what it is. Because I'm not a huge fan of the fact that black managed to castle. Okay, Rose is on her way to win this. I think we can just start marching the a pawn. There's not much that you can do. Do you guys think White's gonna find a path to win this endgame? What do you guys think? Difficult questions? I mean, I'm not known for my easy questions. Yeah. You think it's a draw? Let's focus. Focus mode on. I mean, I wonder if... I mean, technically... That bishop in e7 is still... The problem is it's opposite color bishops. That's what's bothering me a bit. But maybe that can actually be helpful for white, because, you know, if they actually get on 7th rank, if they... But how do they get rid of the knight in e5? To attract f6 and then kind of utilize the weaknesses on the light squares, I was thinking. But I just don't know how that could happen. Yes, well, Grandmaster Nikola Mitkov has 10 minutes. His opponent has 34. So, his opponent is doing much better with time. But, yeah. Okay, checking h7. That's not a problem. Now, he might try rook a7. I wonder if this... What would happen if this was happening? No, probably not. But this could be a thing. I'm not sure it's ideal to allow black to activate a bishop. Oh, bishop f4 was played. Now all we have to do is make some luft for the king to escape. So that, I mean, it's not nice to stay with the queen in f1, right? The queen needs to get activated, potentially even win the pawn. So you just need to escape with the queen. And I think that probably makes sense. I mean, I guess technically g3, king g2 also would work. So one of those two moves I think is probably ideal. Maybe g3 and h4. This is the typical way you want to place your pawns in a rook endgame. It's kind of nice. Rook there does not seem to have a threat. It just escapes from the attack, and rook d1 will be met with rook e1, so I guess we can make some luft. g3. I like g3. I don't know about you guys, but I like g3, and I think white's doing well. Not much has changed since we left off that position. Or this one. And Rose is still thinking. Oh, well, but her opponent only has 33 seconds, so that's not really ideal. You made a pizza? Let me guess. Tomato, paste, mozzarella, and basil. Did I get it right? Was the best game of the round? Well, this would have been if... Who's using tomato paste? Sorry. Crushed tomatoes. Sure, crushed tomatoes. Okay, well, I usually use tomato paste. Tomato... Like, I don't know. Paste. And then you mix it with the spices, and then you put it... Like, that's what I do, but, you know. Nice. Well, that's good. I'm glad you're cooking. You need to cook more rather than go out. But you should cook other stuff besides pizza, you know? Like, make some stew. Or some baked potatoes with some meat. Schnitzel. You know how to make schnitzel? You need to learn. Meat tonight? Okay. Get ready for some schnitzel. Oh, chicken thighs are perfect for schnitzel. All you have to do is just beat them with the thing. I don't know how it's called in English. I don't even think you call it beating, but in Romanian we call it beating. We say you beat the chicken. I don't know how it's called in English. So you have this hammer that's supposed to be for meat, you know? It's supposed to make it more tender, or you know what I'm talking about? I'll explain it to you later. Don't worry. Beating would work? No. Never mind. Never mind. I'm never talking about cooking on stream ever again. Who knows what kind of silly things I'm saying here? Don't show this to my boss because they will not hire me again. They'll be like, Sabina is beating something. We don't know what's going on with her. Okay. I'm gonna have a stream with cooking schnitzel one day. So you guys will know what I'm talking about. No, schnitzel recipes are not fine, I think. Okay. I made you lose your bullet game. Why? Because I said to beat the thighs. I'm sorry. That was not. Yes, yes. But you don't. I make it in such a way that I don't deep fry because I don't like to deep fry things. I stopped eating deep fried things for a few years now. I just can't. Sabina distracting chatters with non-chess talk since 2025. I'm sure it was way before that. Like maybe 2020. Oh my goodness. Okay, back to chess. Let's go back to chess. Hi, Paul. Steven, you can win again. Just win it. Win your bullet game. Win the next bullet. Send me the game. I want to see what I distracted you with. Are you using it? I don't actually have an air fryer. I've been debating for a while to buy one or not. And other than, like, from what I've read, other than the fact that you are making the food a bit faster than in a regular oven, I don't really see the difference. Because I usually don't use much oil anyways when I bake. So I don't really see much difference. So I ended up not buying one. I mean, if you guys think it's useful to have, I might, but I'm perfectly fine baking in the regular oven. Well, this position is much better for white because of the bad placement of black's pieces and the king here. Basically, he's up a pawn, but it's not really, and there's a bishop pair for him too, so that's the problem, Paul. Well, that's usually what I use for the regular oven, so that's why I don't think there's a difference. So I usually have like a baking sheet, and then I put a little bit of coconut oil, like 1 teaspoon, and I just spread it across, and then I put my sliced potatoes if I want baked potatoes, and with my spices, and I just let it at 350 for like degrees Fahrenheit for like, I don't know, 30-40 minutes, and then maybe I turn them over after some time whenever I think of looking at them, and then Whenever I feel they're ready, I just take them out. Like, I think that would just make things much faster, the air fryer. But I usually, while those baked potatoes are being made, I usually cook something else. So I don't care that it takes longer. There's a mess. Well, then I'm definitely not getting one. Isn't c5 problematic for black to play c5? No, I want to take this pawn. c5 for whom? Ah, you mean after b6 you guys were talking? No, 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 no. I don't want to allow that. Why do you want to do this? Why do you want to allow that move? No, but you don't need to. After b6 you can just go queen b3. Right? King b7. Never mind. Oh, fancy, fancy. Look at this. This. Hee hee. Haha. Or even better, I bring the F rook. I bring the F rook, because why not? That rook, I was complaining about it for a year. I was complaining about it for a whole entire year. I don't know how you're gonna protect b6. You can go rook b8, rook b3, king a... Oopsie. Rook b3, king a7. Oh, wait, I have bishop h6. Wait, could I have done bishop h6 here earlier? I have bishop h6. I didn't even see it. Yeah. Okay. It's a lot of advantage for white. It's just you gotta figure out how you're gonna make it work. Like, I think black escaped some, but not fully. He probably should have focused on that, getting some knight h5 in. Looks like Rose has won her game. It was quite winning. Like somewhere around here, right? Okay, trades, and she just marched the a-pawn. Yeah. Cute. Cute finish. Very nice. So she's on 2.5 now. We've had a few more developments in this game. So black did manage in the end. Yeah, I did mention that this, but why would... Should we take b5 or should we go here? Maybe then rook c5, rook d5, and then if I trade here and I force the coming of this pawn, then the king comes in, so that would be nice. Okay. So do we have a chance to improve this position with black or no? Because that rook is gonna be traded, unless you put it in c3, but then if you put it in c3, king d2 maybe. No, king d2, I was thinking maybe here. Maybe we should just sit and wait, like g3 or something. Just sit. What would I say the win percentage is here? Do you think I'm a computer? I'm not. I can never even guess an evaluation. Chances for black to win this? I don't know, maybe like... 20%? Is that a decent amount? Thing is, he doesn't have as much time as white has, but the player playing with the white pieces is an older sir, so unless he gets tired, I don't believe he's gonna make a mistake. Maybe 20 is a bit kind of generous, maybe a bit. And, you know, don't get me wrong, like, I actually don't think age matters in chess, but I do know that sometimes when we get older, we're getting more tired than when we were younger. I see myself getting more tired, so considering he's played a really nice game earlier in the morning, maybe he's tired, but I don't think he's gonna lose this. He's also an international master. Despite his low rating, he has been out there, and he can't become an IM without getting the rating, so he definitely was there. So I would probably say that he's not gonna lose this. You would also say 20%? Yeah, maybe even lower, like maybe even 10. I don't know. So what did he do after rook a8? Bishop d3. He's trying to give black the chance to take the bishop, but of course black did not take it. Play bishop f6, and now put the bishop in a2, and now he wants to try to go somehow rook here, maybe put pressure. But what you have to be mindful about with white, I believe, is some idea like with h4 knight g3, and if you ever leave with the rook from the back rank, don't you fall for some mates. In addition, king h6, king g5 is a very unpleasant idea. The black can utilize that, would continue improving his position. Rook endgames are always draw, but not mine. Aww. No, they're not always draw. Take that off your mind. We're trying to stay positive. We're trying to say good things about ourselves. But I mean, yes, there is a myth that a lot of rook endgames are drawn. Not all of them, though. And this is not or maybe you're talking about the other rook endgame. This position, I don't think white can win. This may end in a draw. I mean, black just needs to play g6, and yeah, there it is. I don't think you have progress. I can just sit king g7, king g8, king g7, king g8. There's nothing. Hi there, Dave. Well, welcome back. You found a way to draw a rook endgame when you had the rook and your opponent. Oh no! Did you stalemate? Did you stalemate, Paul? I'm sorry. Uh-oh. What did we say about bishop h6? Uh-oh. Unpredictable. Unbelievable. He didn't even want to follow my idea with this fancy idea. He wanted to go for this fancier idea. Yeah, that actually is much better than mine. I was trying to be fancy. Because I was just looking at b6. I didn't even see that. I only saw that later. That's why. But I guess he saw that first. Maybe he saw that. You see, this is the great thing about doing tactics and recognizing patterns. Like, whenever you see something similar in your own game, you'll be like, oh, I know, I've seen that. I know what it is. Bam, bam. Let's play. Let's do this. I was trying to be fancy. And I actually saw the idea was rook h3, but then I remembered, wait, I wanted to improve the other rook. Okay, so he won an exchange, now c5. Ooh, domination. Oi, oi, oi. Ooh. It's tough for black. It's tough. Ah, okay, you actually have to know that theoretical position, how they should go with the king and stuff, not to give them. Maybe you give them a check too much. So what do we do now? I don't know if I like this move, rook b1. Wasn't this check possible? Because now we got you stuck there. And then I want to progress with rook d2, c2, rook d1. Black did not take it somehow. So what did white want to do? Rook b7? But I think this is a draw if you take. Oh, I see. Then, okay, then it was a draw. You should not blame yourself. Listen, you should blame yourself if you actually were winning, if there was a winning line. Just because you had, you know, just because you're up a queen doesn't mean you have to win. I even made a rhyme there, see? Like, if your king is in danger, you're gonna get mated. So, you know, you have to make sure you're actually winning. If you're not, you know, the extra material won't always help. It's the same as in life, and I'm gonna give an example that's very sad, because I can't think of another one at this point. Like, you know, in life, you can have millions, but if unfortunately you get some kind of, you know, disease that they didn't find a cure for it yet, you can have all the money in the world. It's not gonna be helpful. It is sad, but it is true. So, you know, same in chess. If you're not actually winning, just because you have the extra material. Also, oftentimes I see people having extra material, and, you know, their material is here. They never took it out. What's the point? You know, you're supposed to stay and look at them, how beautiful they look on the shelf, collecting dust. No, you're supposed to use them. So, you know, that's all I'm saying. Okay, if there's some fancy, weird, unexpected winning line that you couldn't come up with, it's just one line, you shouldn't blame yourself. If there were way too, like, if there's a position where there are tons of different moves that are winning and you missed something, you can blame yourself. You can try to understand, you know, why you didn't see it, and try to do more of those positions to improve. If it was just one, you still have to try to improve, but I don't think you should make yourself feel that bad for not seeing one thing that was the computer found by the computer, not a human. I'm really good at giving advice. I'm not really good for myself, but if you need advice, you're welcome to come here, because I'm good at that. I'm not good at giving advice to myself. But sometimes this is how it works in a friendship, you know? You share your things, the other person shares theirs, and somehow you meet in the middle and you get some advice from that. And then you're both getting something. Although, you know, friendships should not be based on what you give and what you get, exactly the same, but, you know, sometimes that's how they work, some of them. I like how black did not trade the rook. So the question is now, if we try to trade, maybe rook d5 is a nice idea, because now if you trade, then the pawn takes. And that's why I wasn't fond of this move, rook to b1 necessarily. Words of wisdom. Computer eval isn't the whole story. It matters a lot what kind of paths exist to that evaluation. Yeah, because like, you know, it's these days computers have advanced so much, but sometimes there's some inhuman moves you never think about them, you know, like you can try to train yourself to think like a computer, but that takes practice, lots of practice. But the same way as we train them to think like us, you know, there must be a way for us to be trained to think like them, right? After all, they're our creation. Okay, maybe the percentage of win in this position could change. Because I really want to do something like this, but I'm just like, I think this is not... Maybe it is. Yeah. Grandmaster Mitkov is going for f7. So the idea is if you go there, he's probably trying to bring the rook here, maybe, to give a check. But I'm not so sure he can actually win this. Wait, how did this happen? Wait, I was just saying sit back and forth. How did you end up giving up a pawn? Oh! Vivan, come on. Why'd you do that? Why'd you do that? Now you made your life more difficult. Maybe it's still a draw, but you made your life way more difficult. I thought this game would end fast, because you had to sit. So Queen B2 was indeed played in the end. In the end played. King A1 is a bit... he's trying to avoid Queen F5. Okay, fine. Is he gonna go like something like this, or he's gonna take? Anything. Anything is good. So let's think about this position. Does white have a winning plan? Or is this gonna be a draw? F3, G4, I think you kind of have to play, but I don't know if you can actually progress this. Again with the difficult questions. Well, you should be happy I didn't say to beat to beat anything. This was easy. This was easy. F3, G4 is the only way I can think of for white to try to improve. But if black doesn't touch that, can you improve? Like, could black just put the rook here and just go back and forth here is the question. So my plan is like, if you play F3, G4, like if you were to take, I would take with the knight probably, and then I need to get my rook on the 5th rank. Because otherwise I want G5 and... I think we might be able to win with the opponent's help. The opponent's help will be helpful. Yeah. How about you with the difficult questions, huh? Do you think it only goes one way? I think your questions are difficult too. um, hmm. That's why I'm trying to figure out what is a good placement for the rook. Like, ideally, I would put it in f5. But when you play g4, it's with tempo, so I need to move it. You have to move it, move it. You have to move it, move it. You have to move it. Oh. It's complicated. It's complicated. I know I did that. It's funny sometimes. Okay, f3, g4 happening. Okay, so where do we put the rook? Okay, do we move the rook or do we move the king first in h7? Because I think the king in h7 is safer. Let's just do that. And then you go g4. Okay, so we need to move the rook somewhere. I don't know, should we keep it on dark square? No, but do you think you have a fortress? You want to put it in f8 then? I don't know. Where's your fort? Do you think you have a fortress? Maybe you do. Usually, like a pawn in g7 with the rook on 6th rank is a fortress. A pawn in g6, I thought, but you have the knight. That's why I thought you put the rook in f5. So my plan was basically to take with the knight and then go back and put the rook on 5th, and then definitely you got no exits. I think this should be fine. You don't see how black. So what's your winning idea then with white? What's your winning plan? Okay, wait. After knight f5? Yeah, but they have a 30-second increment, so that's not... It's... If you find the right fortress, you don't need that much time, because you just need to go back and forth, and you're getting 30 seconds each time. If it's a fortress, it should not... you should not care if you have 1 second or 10,000 minutes. You would still survive. Just need to not weaken the king. I mean, that would be ideal. I don't know what he's doing with that check. Okay, he's gonna just try to go back and forth in the knight g7. He should be able to hold on. No. There's none. There's none, Paul. There's none. We don't see any. I don't see any. Well, h3 I don't like. Those pawns had to be that way. Now that the king is out, it had to be g3 because it's easy to protect the h2 probably. I think now f4 is in danger. You can just go here and take it. How is he gonna protect it? Yeah, this was a mistake, unfortunately. Okay, the statistics for this game have changed. Okay, what do we do? Where's check here? Bishop c4, rook d7. So bishop c4 is played to take and take and take. What exactly is happening if we take one of those? I think it's gonna be GG, right? Think so. Yeah, rook f5 was played, rook c7, but now, okay, this once this pawn is gone forever. This reminds me of Pride and Prejudice. And once my respect is gone, or what is that statement? Once you lose something, it's gone forever. Okay, Grandmaster Mitkov was able to wait. Okay, yeah. Okay, this needs to be a draw. Okay, I got an idea for white to try to progress, like rook f3, try to trade, bring the king, move the rook over, bring the king, move the rook over to bring the king, something. Yeah, but okay, this is difficult, but there's some ideas. Okay. So Vivan is give a couple of checks back to f5. That's good. The knight goes back and forth. If we go queen f6, where do we move the rook? Just far away, no? For safety. For safety reasons. Queen f6 was played. So we're waiting for that move. What? Ah, rook h3. Okay, he's coming to my idea in the end. b5 was played. Can we just take here? Whatever, just go here. Oh, but then they go here. Oops. Okay. Of course, e takes, and now what? Okay, we're up in exchange. I mean, Zhu Zhangchao should be winning. Right? I mean. His king is still weak, but... Aw. I felt bad for I am Zlotnikov. Because he had some chances there. Yeah, his opponent had to play. I mean, I know one of you in the chat was saying, why are they playing? Well, they're playing because, you know, you're up material and, you know, at some point your opponent can make a mistake. And once they do, you have to be ready for it. You have to be ready to take advantage of that mistake that is being made. And he was able to. But this one, okay, rook b3. Would they do something like this, maybe? Ah, I have an idea on how white can attempt winning this endgame. It's not that hard. So we put the rook in b4 when this one moves. And then we want to go rook b6 and then take there. And hope that... Or put this rook in f4 too. To force black whenever we take there to take back with a pawn. And then we win that. So it's these two versus that f6. This gives white chances to win that endgame. Like, pretty big ones, I'd say. Yeah, this is definitely headed for a draw. Okay, rook e1. Rook e1. Gotta be careful not to drop that. Of course, you have some tendency to want to take and infiltrate, but that pawn is hanging. You gotta be careful not to leave your king in trouble. Trouble. Yeah, trouble now. I'm in trouble. Ba, 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 bum, bum, bum. What's happening here? I was saying this rook, mister. You touched the wrong rook. Ah, he's worried about this idea. Okay. He's worried about that idea. Okay. So he plays here. I see how it goes. Okay, so here, 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 here. Something like that. Okay. Can we go here without... Yeah, we can go here. He did. No, he went to e2. But how do you want to win if you go to e2? Ah, rook f3. Still don't see. Ah, rook f3, rook f... Rook f3, rook g4, rook at... yeah, I saw it. Okay, so pretend like you go here, then I go checky, and you go... Nah, I don't go checky. I go here, but then you give me checky, and then I go... I don't know where, somewhere. But then you take this. I don't like this. I don't know how we can progress. I mean, I see an idea. I just don't see how we can do it without black giving us checks. So my idea was basically, okay, let's just pretend like they do nothing, right? They just sit here or something. Then my plan is to give this check. You gotta go here, right? I mean, sorry, you cannot go there because I take... You gotta go somewhere like here. And then this was my winning plan. I think this gives white the best chances to try to win. This is what I'm thinking. It gives chances. I don't think it's winning. This is not winning. Let's check. Yeah, it's not. It says 0.1. But I think it gives the most chances because the way you are trying to win that position, basically, you put the rook somewhere on the 6th rank to pin that. You bring your king somewhere. The problem is they're gonna give you checks, but if they wouldn't, you could try to do something like that, h5, and so, I don't know. If you have the king, yes. No, there's no really winning chances. There's no real winning chances. The bishop in f6 is perfectly placed, protecting the two weaknesses. You can't... Yeah, you need too many things. No, but I mean, that part is easy, not to allow the king to recapture, but the yeah. Even if you do, that's an endgame, that's a draw. So even if you do, it's like one extra chance, but it's not. Okay, this is headed for a win. I'm confused. Isn't this a natural? Ah, it goes king f3. So if we go c3, king f3. Okay, this would be winning, so obviously we cannot do that. And if you do that, I go here and I take. So what's wrong with c3 in this position for black? King back to e2. But then I check you, and then? Like, if I take this pawn, it's much easier for me to win, because I have two connected pawns here. So, you gotta go back to f3, right? And then I go c2. No, but then I give you check. Oh, sorry. I see what you're saying. Okay, so... I'm threatening promotion and take again. I don't know how you want to protect that. King f3 again. But like now my pawn is in c2. I have the same position, just my pawn is in c2. So I think I'm winning this. I'm threatening check and here, by the way. You can't go h4. This is GG. So you either move your king or you, let's say you do that. King d2, h4, c1, takes h4. Is that a draw? I think this is winning, right? Because when you go there, I come here, and then I have this pawn. So I'm winning because I sack my rook. So you have to go g4 here. Rook f2, h5, e5, h6, e4, h7, e3. Oh. e4, h7, rook f8, king h6. Yeah, that should be winning, right? Come on. Yeah, I'm faster. Video games has entered the chat? What do you mean video games? I don't get that. What do you mean? This is winning. It's a joke about achievements. I'm sorry, I don't get all the jokes. I try. I'm sure it sounded really good to you. I wish it sounded as good to me so that I could laugh. Yeah, feel free to explain. I'm sorry, I didn't get it. I'm sure about 99% of my jokes are not understood by the audience. Mostly because I start laughing before I finish the joke. So you never actually hear the whole thing. You just hear half of it, and then you see me laughing. And sometimes my laughing is intoxicating that you get to laugh too, but most of the time it's not. And you're just like, what on earth is going on? Please, woman, finish your joke before you start laughing. This is what's been told to me by everyone my entire life. My entire life. So I think that was winning, but how did this game actually go? Oh, is this winning anyways? Wait. No, h7. No, h7. Come on, don't give up. Why would you give up that pawn, mister? Why would you give it up? Let him be passive. And then you can just hold these two pawns. You can just hold them, I think. Well, maybe not like that. But you should be able to hold them. Because I've played this, and with the rook here is actually perfect. There was an example in the Women's World Championship. I did a video for US Chess with an example on how you can hold this kind of an endgame. It's like really good. The word achievement has been watered down by video games. Got it. Oh no, that's why would you do that to your sister? Yeah, my sister always, she doesn't like my jokes. She thinks that I'm serious about stuff. Actually, she's right most of the time. I say something which is completely silly, and then I realize the other person doesn't like it, and then I say, "Oh, sorry, it was just a joke. It was just a joke." Wait, what? No way, no! Oh my god, guys, what happened? What? I said this cannot be lost. Why would you take? No! No! Now I'm suffering for black. I'm sorry, Vivan. I don't know why he took. Just knight g7 back and forth. What did he panic about? Mate. And he couldn't have gone there because you take and then take. Okay, that's sad. Oh wow, a bunch of games finished. So this game also was won by... This game was also won by... I was right! I was right, and the engine evaluated it. I was right. Rook f7. Rook f7 was a blunder. h7, draw. How is it a draw? I don't know exactly. We can check it, but all I know is that you should be able to just do something about this pawn trade. Like, trade there, bring the king back. It's exactly like that position. Because I had something like this, and I wasn't able to win. I had myself with black pieces, very similar. But these pawns were not there, so as long as you figure out a way to get rid of them... Wait, can we go g4 takes, king g2? e3 takes? Yeah, because if you do that, yeah, this is a draw. Okay, so if after g4 you play e3... g5, rook... No, I don't want to get mated. This is going to get me mated. No. g4, e3. Maybe king g2, and if you go e2, then I go rook e7. I can't go rook f2 because you check me, but I can go there. Then whenever you come and approach, I give you check, and if you try to hide in front of the pawn, then I think I don't have time for that, right? Because you play f3 and... Okay, so I need to go g5. g5, g6, and this should hold. But yeah, after rook h6, it should be game over because now you can't do the same thing, yeah. Now he's got 2 pawns set. Oh, wow, this game finished in a nice fashion too. Okay, beautiful. Beautiful finish by Grandmaster Zhejiang Chao, and last but not least, Grandmaster Nikola Mitkov is still playing in this position. He's gotten quite some improvements since we left off. Like, we were talking about this opportunity at some point. So it looks like he has advanced with the king. He's going to bring it all the way to e6 or f7. Now the rook can cover. And he just needs to find the right time. If he could trade the rook, I think he has maybe some chances to put his opponent in Zug zone, but I don't know how. So now if he goes king f7, maybe? King f7 could be something unpleasant that we do, right? He did play king f7, check, king f8. So you go here, I go here. This is the only thing I can think of that White can try to win by grabbing the bishop and taking this pawn. This was the idea that I mentioned to you guys a while back. So we'll have to wait and see if that's happening or not. Yeah, you can't really escape the checks. Yeah, that is my problem. Rook d5. This game could finish very easily, mistakenly touching the king, king h7. Oh no! Oh no! It's not gonna happen like that. I was just trying to be funny. Not sure if it worked. So, rook a7, king e6, rook a6, king f5. Because now we're, you know, don't you dare mistakenly play something else, because then again, we got the mate. Sabina just loves mates, so she's just gonna show them every 5 seconds. Obviously, there's gonna be a check. And then this. You cannot really escape the checks. Just sit. And I don't know what was the last trade that happened in this game. What move was it on to know how many more moves we have to wait here? After they took in f7. No, wait, they took these pawns. Okay. So rook takes f5. This was... No, because then there was one... That pawn pushed. Okay, after h4. There's no more pawn pushed. So this was move 42. This was move 42. And we are at move 65. So they played 23 moves so far. 27 to go. To see if white has some chance to improve this. Ah, okay. I see how we can get the bishop. We can play here. The rook goes somewhere, and then we can play rook f5 to try to take. But he's gonna go there, and when you go rook f5, he's gonna check us. So this is the only thing I can think of. And if you try to hold on, I don't know how we can improve. He played rook e2. Okay. At rook e2, we can still play rook d6. Ah! We can do this. But actually, he can come here, I think. Because if you think you can... Ah, no, this doesn't work because it's covered. Oh my god, I almost blundered for black. This would be a beautiful miss. But no, after this, we don't do that. We take. This is, sorry, here. We want to take. And this is going to be a draw. He's still going to try a few more moves because, I mean... Right now, there's only one player who's on 3 out of 3, and that is Eric Rodriguez, who got lucky in this game as Vivan dropped the fortress, got rid of the fortress by capturing there, and that sealed the deal. But here, I don't know. He's definitely gonna try a few more moves, but okay, rook d6 he's trying. He's threatening rook g6 and takes in f6, but rook f2 check. Ah, rook f2 can be met with rook f4. Maybe. And I think white is winning this. Because you cannot take because of mate. So rook f2 actually loses. Rook f2 loses to this. Because now if you take... I don't think you can hold this because I already told you what I want to do. King g4 takes and takes. And that king and pawn endgame is... Endgame is actually winning. Ah, rook e5. You play rook e5. Yeah, that makes sense. Rook e5. But rook f2 has a blunder. So you still have to be careful with black not to blunder there, you know? It's easy to blunder, but okay. The whole rook e7 thing is an adventure. Yeah, it does. Rook h5. Oh my god, that's deep. That's a deep move. Very deep. Yeah, but you see, this rook takes h4 is a threat, so you know we can always try to capture that. So it's not so easy. It's not so easy to escape that. See, now you cannot move the rook. You have to go king h7. So you put yourself in kind of a zugzwang on your own. I think king h7 is the... Yeah, okay. So now how can white really take advantage of this zugzwang thingy? Can white take advantage of the zugzwang thingy? As white got his rook stuck in g4 too. Ah, I have an idea. So we can go to king e4 with the idea rook f4, rook here. But now since you play king e7, this rook can move, right? So we got nothing. The rook can move. Yeah, okay, king f3, rook far away, or rook f5. I think rook f5 now works because there's no rook takes h4. But rook a5 probably makes the most sense here. Okay. Rook f4. Do you think white's gonna try g3? But okay, if we trade that pawn, then black is not bound to stay to protect it anymore with the rook. So there's no real improvement there, basically. Right? I mean, there's not much we can do. So that was move 42, right? They're on move 70, so. Okay. Is he gonna try to do triangulation? I think so. This. See if black's gonna fall for it. But even if he does, I still don't see the progress. I still don't see a progress for us. There ain't no progress. There ain't no progressy. Sad. Yeah. I think that is the plan, but they already made like it was 42, right? They're about to make 30 moves, and white hasn't really been able to create a threat. He will have to accept the draw, and then there'll be quite a lot of players with 2.5. So one player, Eric Rodriguez, will be on 3 out of 3, and then a bunch of people with 2.5, which means Eric might be playing. Actually, he's gonna play against the Grandmaster Jean Shot. No, actually, because all of them had the white pieces, so I don't know. Yeah, that's not gonna be. Yeah, g3 makes things easier, but how can you try to progress further? The only way was to try to take that bishop. But with your king there, you can't. I mean, he needs to try to attempt, okay, I have an idea, like, go here, oops, sorry, not there, here, and try to do this. Like, in case he goes back to h5. But he may just go here. You know, there's no point to go back to h5 since you're not forced to. Like, this would be the only thing that I could think of that would work. Okay, and this is the second time they repeated that position. They had it here, right? Or maybe it wasn't the same. I mean, maybe try something like this, but this rook can just come out too. This is the only thing we can try. It's the final thing we can try, I think. Let's see, the engine is, yeah, the engine is saying 0.1. There's nothing. There's nothing. Just wanted to make sure. Okay, so if we just sit here, can he play king h6? Think so. I wish, you know, this position was somehow more down and we could just do something like this and then go there, but here it's... Anyways. I'm saying that 2 versus 1 has at least some practical... Yeah, here you're just stuck. Like, we have this position and there's no progress. I mean, usually this is what happens with grandmasters. They're gonna attempt to play longer. They're gonna try every single different thing that they can to try to get you to somehow blunder in a way. But like, you know, the chances for you to blunder here are kind of small, because once you figure out what the fortress is, you just don't give it away. The problem is sometimes with people is that they find the fortress and then they try to change to improve to finish the game faster, and that's usually like most of the cases it's a big mistake. I've done it so many times, trying to force things to finish the game faster, and trust me, I've messed up a lot, and so will you. It's not, there's a big chance you will mess up. If you got your fortress, just stick with it, have patience, and just repeat what you've done for the past, you know, 10 like 20 30 moves. Hold on another 20 and then you can claim your draw. When we force things, we often forget about something and we risk of actually, you know, yeah, messing up big time. Yeah, king d3. I don't know where he's going with the king, but literally I can give you a check and go right back. The king will not advance anymore. Like, the only thing that we can do, like I said, is king c4, get the rook in d5 and try to trade it there. Because if we do trade that one pair of rook, we have some chances. But otherwise, like, ain't happening. It's not. It's not happening otherwise. So I don't know. So move was 42. Oh, I'm sorry. I was trying to figure it out. The last move, yeah, I said 42, I think. That's what I remember. Yeah, 42. So we need till 92. We need to hold on to move 92. If no trades are gonna happen. But it's just kind of hard. Now black is trying to activate. Okay, so this is his chance. Taking f6, taking h4. Although the king is far away, but that's the best chance. What's up, Fabulous Frankie? Welcome, welcome. Happy weekend to you too. Where are you watching from? How did you find the channel? Let me know. Do you know me? Do I know you? Do you know That was a terrible note. Do you know what it feels like loving someone that's in a rush to throw you away? Do you know what it feels like? Be the last one to know the lock on the door has changed. Do you know? Do you know? Do you know? I know I was thinking that. You're from Mars. Wow. Amazing. Brilliant. How does it feel? How's the temperature here? Which place did you land on? We want to know. You just landed. It's brilliant. It's brilliant. Amazing. How's the weather here compared to Mars? Is it not too hot? Oh, you landed on... I thought I was still talking about Mars. What happened to Mars? We want to know more about Mars. I see. You landed on my... Did you come with the raid or you just... You came to meet your friend Musk. Okay. Okay. Okay, we're just gonna try to go 3 now. I see. He came to warn Elon Musk to stay away from Mars. Yes. Stop sending people. Sorry. Stop sending people in space. We don't want you. Oh my goodness. Well, that was fun. Well, this is called a Space Coast Open, so you know, Space Coast. That was funny. So what do we do now? Just rook a5. Just do it. No? Okay. Wants to allow rook f3. Does not care about rook f3. Plans to go rook h5 after rook f3 or what? Maybe. That can work. Well, the king is better placed, but it was fine in h7. There's no need necessarily to do this, I think. Rook a5. Oh my god, you guys, you're funny. What is Nicola doing? Why isn't he offering a draw? If he doesn't... I don't see a progress. I don't see a progressing way to improve. Now he cannot even take an f6 and h4. Or maybe he wants to. So, like... Is he gonna try to go king c2 and just go back home? Okay, so 10 moves left. The chairs are comfortable, yeah. That's why you want to go to more... Ah, he wanted to cover like that, okay. I still don't see it. Rook h5, and then? Ten moves left to claim a draw. You're hungry? Me too. Me too. I'm actually getting a bit tired. I was gonna take a break, but I was just gonna wait a bit longer to see. At the tournament, oh, I thought we're still talking about Mars. If he doesn't play g3 or takes in f6 for the next 9 moves, then his opponent can claim a draw. So that's, I mean, but then if he does push the g-pawn and trades, then there's no very clear chance on how you can progress the position. So he's tried his best. I think with what he had, he tried his best, but you know, it's not so easy. Lolo Martin, hey, it's 3 a.m. Capo, you gotta go to bed. I will see you tomorrow. I'll be streaming tomorrow at the same time, around 10:30, 10:45 a.m. Eastern time, US Eastern time. So if you're in Belgium, that's 10 plus 6. That's gonna be 4 p.m. 4 p.m. your time. And then I'll be here for most of the day. What do I usually stream? So usually when I stream, I either do tactics, like I do puzzle storms, because I'm crazy about those. I do puzzle storms. I do tactics, I play Blitz Bullet. I haven't played the people in a while, which I should, because I used to like doing that. And I do usually like a lecture thing. So I try to, in the days that I'm not too tired from my own personal private student teaching, either read through a game with you guys or maybe solve studies or, you know, things like that. That's mostly what I do when I stream, when I don't do commentary. But this coming week I'm planning on doing 2 commentaries for so I'm finishing this weekend with the commentary for the Space Coast festival, and then on Tuesday and Wednesday I'll be doing commentary for a fellow streamer, and then next Friday, Saturday and Sunday I'll be doing commentary for the Super Nationals. So I'll be on about 8 hours a day or something like that. I need to make sure I take some breaks occasionally, because those will be very intense. So hopefully I'll see you there. And yeah, my plan is for this month to kind of stream all the time. I don't know. I usually ask my chat what they want to see, and I'm trying to do that, though not always. It doesn't always involve the chat. It's been a while since I created a tournament or arena, but that could be something I would do too. I don't know. It depends. I know you were expecting 1-2 words answer, and I gave you like half an hour answer. That's pretty typical of me. What is my work? So typically I coach. I have private students. I coach one-on-one or group classes. And I've done commentary and streaming for US Chess quite a bit lately. I have a podcast that I'm doing for US Chess. It's shown on actually, I don't know what's the command for it. It's probably not YouTube. Maybe it's Sabina. Yeah, that's the podcast if you want to check it out on US Chess. And I've worked social media for the San Luis Chess Club, like doing different things for the San Luis Chess Club, and together with, does that work? No. Here's the link, I think. Together with the Grandmaster Alshan Muradiabadi, we have an academy that we teach online group classes. It's mostly what's happening with me right now. But I've always wanted to do streaming. It's just been it's just been harder to do sometimes. So I wasn't able to spend as much time. But when I do have the time, I like to spend more, you know. Yeah, I have been streaming since 2020, but it's been on and off. It hasn't been like a very steady thing because, you know, my private students took priority. I had to decide, I guess, at the time. A lot of people have grown around that year, but I wasn't doing very well financially, and I was afraid to take that leap of faith. So I focused on my students, my private students, coaching them. But yeah, I think what I do enjoy the most, you know, teaching. But sometimes, you know, these kind of streams, commentary is getting to be one of my favorite things to do for some reason. I like usually to have someone else to comment with. Oh my god! Ben! Oh. Thank you so much for the raid. Why it doesn't let me? I hope you had a great stream. Welcome again, everyone. We are still doing commentary for round 3 of the Space Coast Open, but this game is getting ready to be a draw, very likely, because they missed the pitch. It's okay. I appreciate all of you guys joining in. We are I was full of energy. Are you saying I don't have enough energy now, Capo? Come on. Come on, man. My energy's gone. They agreed on a draw. Yep. This game has been played, like, at least this position has been played for 50 moves. They approached 50 moves, and I guess GM Mitkov agreed on a draw. He didn't have the chance to really progress. But what a round this was, guys. For those of you who were not here, we've seen a few blunders, totally unexpected. I don't know how it happened, but I'm just gonna take you through some of the moments that were a bit surprising. So for example, in this game, like, white had a queen and the bishop for rook, knight, and bishop, and it seemed that things were gonna be fine, right? I was always laughing. Well, you know, I was in a relationship then. Maybe things were better. Anyways, so black played knight d4 and fell for this bishop h6. Okay, no big deal. You're losing a pawn because now your rook and knight are attacked. Like, everything is kind of attacked, so you're gonna lose that pawn. Okay, but now you gotta figure out the fortress, and black was able to. So it really hurt me to see what happened in this game, because basically, like, white's plan to try to improve here is probably just playing f3 g4. If things were gonna be traded there, then white would have some chances to win, but black would just sit, put the king in h7, find the right spot for the rook to sit on the back rank, and just wait for white to take so that we take back, and we should be able to hold that position. But black blundered on 2 occasions. First played knight here, which would have allowed some improvement for white somehow here. I didn't see this idea, but yeah, this is kind of sad. Neither one of the players saw it. We kind of passed through it in the analysis. I totally missed it too. But queen f7 was played, and black was able to just kind of hold on. The position was perfectly fine until in this moment when white played the move g4. Like, knight g7 had to be played. Just hold on to it. Your rook is protected. This pawn is protected. They take, you take back. They go g5. You go back. Then all you have to do is just figure out a way to get your rook to f5 so this pawn doesn't get there, and you should be fine. Even if it gets there, you want to take back. So unfortunately, Vivan blundered here by capturing. The problem with this move is that after the recapture, even if you give rook e3 check, no matter what you do, the knight is hanging, and then g5, h5, these ideas are unstoppable. h5 was played first, and now we're threatening mate. If you go, for example, rook e6, which is what happened in the game, then actually it didn't happen. I think he resigned. But if rook there was played, then this check, and if you go there, bam, 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 mate, which feels very sad. And if you go to h5, queen to f4 and mate. So this was, I think, a devastating loss for black in that position. In this one also, some interesting things have happened. I think around here, actually, we can go back a bit. It was a really nice move that Zhu Zhangchao played g4. I really like this move because, you know, you're just getting a bit more activity. G4 is quite typical for this pawn structures of the Semislav. And now e4, another typical move. Whenever the knight goes away from f6, you definitely want to break through the position with e4. And surprisingly or not, white had this really great edge. And personally, around here, I would have tried to simply trap the queen. Because look at it. It's got no moves. It's got nowhere to go. We can just trap it with bishop h3. Or castle and bishop h3. But bishop h3 has got nowhere to go. And now you're threatening to castle and rook h1. Or castle to cover the square. And then rook g2. Both ways stop. Oh, you're leaving. Okay. Sure, Casual. Thank you so much for stopping by. I hope I'll see you tomorrow. Same times as today. 10:30-ish, 45 in the morning, and 3:30-ish, 45 in the afternoon. There'll be commentaries for rounds 4 and 5. So white didn't do that. I felt that he gave black some opportunity to finish development, and black did manage to kind of escape. I personally wasn't finding the advantage anymore, but somehow there was something going on here. Sorry. Because bishop c1, threatening some discoveries, but I wasn't happy with the rook here because look at it. Sad rook. There's not so much that the rook can do. But in the end, white was able to win the exchange and outplay his opponent, and in the end, he went on to win this game. Took the knight, and now there's the e file open, so he switched over to the file, activated the rook to e7, and then grabbed pretty much every single thing that there was to grab. Lastly, the toughest position, in my opinion, the toughest endgame, and it does require a bit more analysis, was probably this endgame between International Master Mikhail Zlotnikov against International Master John Ludwig. Basically, we felt that black had very little chances to actually convert this endgame despite being an extra pawn, because white was able to have the king close by, the rook was covering checks, and it didn't seem that there was a way for black to do things in an easy fashion. Of course, g3 was also a move that I was considering, that white could potentially play and just keep the pawns protected. Rook maybe on the second rank and just make sure that pawn doesn't advance. But as it so happened that rook b1 was a blunder, because it allowed black to activate the rook to h5, and now since you didn't play g3, you can't cover this pawn unless you push it. But if you push it, you're weakening, you're leaving that behind, and this one will be harder to protect because g6 is not a possibility. And then there was one more chance for white to come into the game, and I definitely want to show that idea. It's not an easy one, but as soon as black played the move king c3, it allowed white to push that pawn all the way till h7. And you still have to know that this endgame, if these 2 pawns are gone, it's gonna be a draw, because all you have to do is keep your king in front of that pawn, and the rook would actually just stay on 7th rank. As soon as this pawn advances to the 2nd rank and the king goes away, you start checking them. This rook will be bound to stop that pawn from advancing, and then you should be perfectly fine. But unfortunately, what happened in this game is that White missed the opportunity to keep their most precious possession. The pawn in h6 is White's most precious possession. Why? Because that is the only counterplay that White has in this types of positions. It's the most advanced pawn compared to anything else on the board, theirs or the opponent's. So if h7 had been played, White had to find after that the move g4, which is of course not easy to find. But if you know you have to get rid of those 2 pawns and spend some time, you might be able to find it. The idea is, even if that pawn is captured en passant, White comes back here, will stop that pawn, and then we have the exact same drawing pattern. If you don't, we were looking at some line here with e3, maybe king g2, and if this happens, we will attempt, you know, capturing that pawn. If you try to protect it, we'll give you a check, and then we'll come right back. This pawn is important to be captured with check if we can. If not, the king can come and try to capture it, and or we can go g5. Sorry, g5 is also g5, g6, and White would very likely draw. Unfortunately, he took this pawn, and then that game was sealed, because now e2 and this pawn cannot be stopped. So it was a very intense round here. I would say for the 3rd round of the Space Coast Open, which takes place in Florida right now. Tomorrow there'll be the final 2 rounds, as I mentioned earlier. The first one, round 4, starts at 10:30 a.m. But with a 10-15 minute delay, I'll be starting around 10:30, 10:45 a.m. Eastern time. As for the final round, it starts at 3:30. So again, I'll be around that time, or 3:45. Just to make sure a few moves are coming and we're not sitting there to wait for the moves. I'm again very thankful to the organizers for having me comment on this tournament for the 4th time in a row, I believe, which is kind of exciting. 3rd or 4th, I even forgot because it's been so long already. But it's always a pleasure. There's always some very interesting games, and I do enjoy covering all of them. And oh my goodness, I keep getting raids. I was about to thank you so much, Stellar Chess. What do I do now? What do I do now? I can't stop my stream. I keep getting these raids. I really appreciate you. And of course all the raids that I got today. I hope you had a great stream. How's everything? Shout out to Stellar Chess. We should. How's everything going for you? It went okay? Did you win? Did you win any games? That's what we always want to know. How many games did you win? I was just checking your channel. It said you beat a grandmaster? Whom did you beat? Oh, losing streak. That's okay. No worries. You know? You're always gonna lose. Oh, you beat Alexander Ivanov? Wait, did you? Nice. We're always gonna lose. My favorite, since we got a raid from him and from Ben Feingold. So I watched a few of Ben's YouTubes, and he has a couple that I really like. I mean, he has a lot of YouTubes. I didn't watch all of them. I should probably, if he's still watching, I should watch. But what I like that he says in a few of his videos on YouTube is you'll always lose another game. You'll lose again. Don't worry. Just keep playing. Get better. He says it with a much better way than I do. But it's just whenever I watched that video for the first time, I got so motivated. I was like, yeah, of course. Tomorrow there's going to be another day that you might lose. So you know what? Just be positive and confident. Learn from it and then come back better. And don't do it again. It's nice. Awesome. So, intense day today. We've been going on for 8 hours, I think, altogether, or however many. I don't know. I don't know anymore. What do we do? Do we... Well, I streamed in the morning from 10:45 till what time was it? Like about 2:30, right? So about 4 hours. Do we attempt to play some games or do some tactics for the end of the night for just a little bit? Or do we call it off and we send the raid to someone else who's streaming? What is the chat deciding? Eight hours sounds like a lot. It does. It was. I can bring Regina to say hi. I'll bring Regina to say hi. Before I probably... Let's bring Reggie. 1 second. So for those of you who don't know me, expecting a cat, yes. Oh, you didn't see my cat earlier? Oh, I thought you did. I thought you did see her. Ooh, I need to show another from round 2. You love cats? Yes, this is Regina, and oftentimes when I stream, she's coming. She's being brought on stream. She's 8. This was my favorite position from today, just for everyone to see. I really love this. So basically in this position, Brezish played the move Queen A5. And I was so excited about this because Black has a threat here. So Black's threat is to go Knight E4, right? And to deflect the knight so that they can checkmate. And I was showing my chat that, you know, you think you can play F3 and you think you're perfectly fine, you know? Just stop the knight from going to E4 and everything will be fine. And Black will say, nope, you got it all wrong, my friend. You did not stop me. There, I'm doing it again, right, Reggie? Yes. We're playing it anyways, because now, if you capture with the knight, well, the same thing happens. But obviously, you played F3 to take it with a pawn, of course, sure, we're gonna let you. And now, we're gonna go Queen A1 check. And no, we're not taking with the queen, we're taking with the bishop to have a bishop's mother mate. I don't know how often you see a bishop's mother mate, but to me, this was just so cute. Such a cute idea that I really, you know, wanted to show it when it happened. It did not happen in the actual game, but it's just like, you know. Okay, couple. Okay. Here and then this and that again. So this was my favorite, I think, from today's round. But yeah, tomorrow's gonna be very, very intense, I think. Reggie. Oh, hello, hello, hello. Oh goody. Oh goody. What's up? She actually woke up. She has these moments when she's just like, I don't want it anymore. Stop petting me. I think she's hungry. She didn't have dinner yet. Which brand of cat? She's a famous brand. She's a mix. She's a mix. She looks like a Maine Coon, but she's not as big as a Maine Coon would be, so I don't know. I don't know. She's just a mix. Did white play king b1? Yeah, white ended up playing king b1, but in the end, black ended up winning this game, as white made a few mistakes later on in the game. This pawn ended up making it all the way till b2. So it was just something like this. And black brought the queen, of course, to put pressure. And for some reason in this position, white played g4. I think even earlier, white had the opportunity after queen here to try to trade queens, but instead chose to play g4. And that allowed black to simply march that a pawn. And there was no more chance here to stop it. So that was kind of sad. The game actually ended like this. It was kind of a cute finish, you know, sacking the queen here, just take it, and you cannot do anything about the b pawn being promoted. So after this, the rook in e7 will be captured and the b pawn will be promoted. What do you say, Reggie? Okay. Who is streaming? Do you guys know anyone you want me to raid? This was really gorgeous, I think. But that Smother Mate was definitely the best. So don't forget to join in tomorrow at 10:45 a.m. and then later in the day as well for the final 2 rounds of this tournament that I'll be commenting on. I'm actually curious to see who will be the winner of it. Like in the past, just to kind of give you an overview to the tournament, last overview here. 1 second. So in the past, two years, Grandmaster Zhu Chao has won the tournament. So these are the last few winners. The tournament has been organized since 1991. I think they had maybe 1 year off or something. But yeah, this has been. So will Grandmaster Zhu Chao be able to win it all? He might be playing against Eric Rodriguez, because Eric is the only player with 3 out of 3. Regina left. So we'll see. We'll see what happens in that game. All right. So let's raid, my friends. I really appreciate it again being here. Do we have someone that we know who's streaming? Any requests? Yeah, I don't know any of the ones online either. I don't know any of the ones online. I feel bad. Um, I appreciate all of you guys for being here, and I certainly hope that I'll be seeing you tomorrow. And if before you go, don't uh don't forget to follow if you haven't done so yet to stay notified when I usually go live. So see you guys very, very soon. Thank you all for the support, the raids, and we'll see you. Good night. Good night.